3 seconds in, start talking on the streamer. See what happens.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yep. Welcome to the Carpathians. Welcome to my home. I hope everybody's super swell. Fine. Man, that was fast. That was without much lag. Suddenly. On the Firefox, it says live. Usually that takes 10 to 30 seconds, and it was up in rapid speed this time. It does not say anything about viewers, but we shall see. I guess I'll apologize in advance to anybody who looks or listens. The thumbnails are not as I would have them, but they're what I can do with Microsoft Windows 11 Paint in short notice. I don't have a fancified graphic artiste to do all these things for me. And then I'll apologize in advance, like the dude from the Matrix. Let's scroll that down and start making the I guess I deleted the description and okay. Let's start making the log. 02 00. My apologies for the spelling. I forget the guy's name.
Can I give you a little something? May I give you a little something to put in your notes for another stream?
Dude from the Matrix about fighting with Neo. But my apologies are for. May or may not be a long stream. I don't know. And there's probably sensitive stuff gonna happen in here. If you are overly sensitive or having a bad day, move on. Go away. Go pay attention to something that pleases you. Yes, sir. Hang on. Let me put a timestamp in there. 03 15 GH, not BH. I'm just going to stop typing. Future idea. What it is, what it is. I can't tell if the green light's lit up. It's not me this time. I don't think. Let me go check. Go back to the audio library. Silent night. Everybody cover your ears. It's loud. Yep, very loud in my ears. Hello. The good King George, are you there? All other audios are working for me, George, and now I've lost you. Did you lose internets? Interrupted by tech fail. Again, I heard what sounded like a kiss. It said smooch, squeaky, squeaky.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
I need to get a new headset.
Yeah, we all need new computers. Hey, there's a PayPal link above, down below, everywhere. Me and
I
George
found
need
some.
new equipment.
Well, let
Hello,
me give
Elizabeth.
you.
What's the
Do you mind
future
if I?
idea?
Do you mind if I give you some information, put in your notes about what we talked about on the phone?
Watch the language and be careful about what you say, but yes.
Okay. U.S. Department of Labor.
USDOL. Yeah.
Hiring people with disabled is the section we want to go to.
Hiring
Disabled
people
resource.
with disabilities. I already made a note earlier. Disabilities slash minorities.
Well, there's a whole section on what you can get as an employer, along with the IRS.gov disabled access credit. There's a bunch of other stuff under that. That's for our future, what we might work on.
Yeah, we might well skip all the other because it is madness. If my brain settles on that as being a better thing to talk about today, because we can just talk about it, look it up, get it in the can so we can just refer back to it later,
Well,
then we'll do that instead of. I do have some things I really need to get off my chest, and I have to get them off my chest on my tube, especially the stuff
okay.
that involves my women, because if I dare try to speak my mind in her ear space, I get shut down hard.
I know the feeling.
And it's my dear diary. I'm gonna speak to it. Somebody someday will say, damn. I guess like the thing that holds water, not the other thing that might have religious connotations. Did you sneezled? Gesundheit. Bless
No,
you.
no, I was coughing, so I muted it.
Oh, it came across as a cutie pie little girl sneezle.
No, if I had sneezed into the mic, I probably would have blown the mic.
No, I mean one of those, all the cutie pie little girls of any gender or sex or whatever.
Cutie pie girl of any sex.
Yes. However they identify, I don't care. They always try to hold their sneezels in and they go pew.
I had a friend called Kiss Moose. That was her nickname. Uh, and when she'd sneeze, he'd like,
Yeah, see that. If a real man sneezels, man style, and spits all over the room in a spitty mist, we just call that a sneeze and we say in good proper German, Gesundheit.
the one time it hurt is when I burped, sneezed, passed gas, and hiccuped all at the same time, simultaneously. And my
Oh,
dad
that's
looked
like
at me like,
those.
are you going to explode?
Sneezels and German Zoom tights or high pitched girly voice. Bless you. Yeah, like that. It's important. Document it. Make an offset in the links. I don't know why in the world. What did I do? I did something wrong. '03. It must have been '09. I'm having trouble typing today. It has to do with radiating pain from a whatever, inflamed, dislocated, something, something joint. Once upon a time, a cutie pie little girl. Then too young to have an identifies. Now clearly identifies as. Once upon 10 million years ago, to make things even better, a 3-year-old grandchild of mine said, "Hold you," because that's what the grandchildren said instead of "hold me." When they wanted to be held, they say, "Hold you." I bent down to pick up Tiny Child, and Tiny Child bent its legs and launched into the air like Supergirl. And then she said,
And plus,
after shattering my eyeball orbit, "I didn't bump your face." And that's another complication of life that, when considering, like all medications say it, consult with your doctor. If your doctor has prescribed this, blah, 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 they have weighed the risks against the benefits. Well, after consulting with several ENT and other types of surgeons and ortho surgeons and doctors, including, always go to your veterinarian and say, "Look at all of these images." Lay your animal doctor hands upon this crazy cracked up joint to begin with. And let's weigh those images as if humans are animals. Ask an animal doctor. Get that third and fourth and fifth opinion. But all of the doctors opined. Getting them little fragments out that may migrate or may not. You never know. Hard to say. It was far riskier than just leaving them in there. Blah, blah, blah. This could happen, that could happen, the other thing could happen. Surgeons could mess up and cut your eyeball nerve or muscles. Permanently damage the nerve, causing you to be feeling free in your whole face. Yeah, so on top of all else, it appeared that the risks outweighed the potential rewards. But anyway, face hurts, unrested, stress, pain, fatigue all play a role. And apparently it's playing a good role in my typering today. I had so much I wanted to discuss. I have had
go for it.
interruptions for hours. It's like, may I please do what I was planning to do or wanted to do or something? No. Let's start off with the tech tales. Extreme frustration, always. Not the wings kind. I put that somewhere else in here. Continue. I wrote a note somewhere. I wrote a lot of notes this morning. We'll discuss the 12 plus 12 equals 24. Oh my gosh. Dun, dun, dun. Tech and programming. So just like we tried to start this stream. First it was my earplugs, then it was Good King George's microphone. A 19-year-old computer that I have kept running for 19 years with Windows XP on it. All of a sudden the other day started making a loud fan noise. a disruptive noise. So now it has a, thanks for doing that this week. I had nothing better to do. Now it has a paper clip shoved in that case fan. The power supply and the CPU fan are still huffing it along nicely. So the loud case fan that is directly connected, it's a certain manufacturer that I'm not going to name. It's not their fault. Their 19-year-old computer is still plugging along just fine, doing what it has to do, what it was purchased for. But it was aggravating because it, of course, has a proprietary wiring system and power supply in it, and the fan is plugged directly into the power supply. So I shoved a paper clip into the fan and stopped it because I don't want to shut it down. The uptime says it's been up for several years, doing 24/7 what it needs to do. So that's frustrating. Tech. The week-old programming work is near defeat. We discussed them last stream or the stream before, I don't remember. The effing manuals. And modern age, I've discussed before that I really want to, number one, repair my computer, my gaming laptop. And I will say again, I have wore out the little touchpad thing. I'm sure they designed it to wear out like that, with far less use than I put on it. I can get one at eBay for 15 to 30 bucks. So I haven't torn my laptop apart to special clean it inside and rub it down with super secret squirrel electronics cleaner stuff called 70% alcohol. Don't use the 90%. And be
No, that's for cleaning
very
circuits.
cautious with it.
Yeah, the 90%, the 99 or 90% is for cleaning places you're getting ready to solder.
Right. But when you're dealing with old stuff, and 3 months might be considered old, 90% evaporates too fast. It may well make mud out of your dust or otherwise oxidation, and you don't want that. Put the 70% on there and rub it with a clean cloth until it is dry. Lint free. It's very complicated. Otherwise, don't mess with your stuff. So anyway, talking about easy clicker AI generated, I discussed in one of the previous streams. I would hope one day that enough life would pass that I don't have stuff rotting my spirits that I want to scream into the void, because if I scream at my women's, I'll end up divorced. She can't help it. That's why the vows are what they are. If we were the same, opposites attract and all that other junk. But the modern era, I forget what it's called, some game engine thing that I want to download it, and they have a sample that's a little Unity game engine sim island simple. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not Unity. Yes, it is Unity. Maybe. Dev Diarrhea 1 at the whatever that says on the screen. It'll get there in a minute. Maybe. all the way back. It's 5 years old now. This might be it. And there aren't a lot of stuff, but I believe this is it. The complete game. The idea was because this Unity supposed game engine is totally modern era. Hey, Greg Moss, you're taking old school ideas and turning them no, 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 bad boy, if you identify that way. Bad dog, if you're furry. The idea of the Unity game engine is clickety, 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 click. It's all mouse based. Getting under the engine or getting under the hood into the engine and messing around with coding. It's entirely scripted and pictorial, object oriented stuff in a total click to win environment. And what I always thought is to educate myself and get up to speed in the modern era of stuff is download this thing, but not in a development environment. It says you can download it where you have Microsoft Studio installed, and Microsoft Studio is free for single person use, like if you're going to do educational or whatever. As long as you're not trying to make money on it, Microsoft will give you all of their development tools. You can learn them for free. But anyway, leave the old school programmer stuff off and become a modern age familiar with just click everything. Let the AI handle it for you. Well, this latest project, it says use their easy online clickable generator. It's male cisgendered bovine defecation, which means bull poop. Which led me to discover that Microsoft's latest renditions of spell checker know what cisgender is and does see it doesn't mark it as a typo or a grammar O or a questionable. How about that? My cell phone went bananas this morning. But because none of their manuals say what is true and their stupid clicker just clicks around in circles, what little bit I could have got out of some programming work has gone to the realm of Hades.
Has it passed you by, or it just didn't happen?
No, I can't get results. I can't produce usable files for the guy that asks, hey man, you think you can get usable files so that I don't have to sit? And it's a long, complicated thing. I got some more notes below.
Okay.
But especially to friends who I consider a friend, no useful code, no bill. I don't know about everybody else's. And I'm not going to name them. I'm not trying to shame them. It is an Android based OS phone. So this morning and this noon 35 ish, I was saying droid instead of bomb. Bomb got invented in stupid horror movies in the new millennium, where instead of just jump scaring you with just the old standard, the kitty cat runs by and goes meow, and you're supposed to jump. Well, everybody's bored with the kitty cat. We've been living that for 50 years. New millennium makes the big wall sound, and a shadow goes over, the lights go out, or some stupid thing. Sorry, I already pre-apologized. So then, yes, instead of playing click to win on some modern, just click the heck out of it, it makes games. No, it doesn't. I'm just further frustrated that I was born in the wrong time. Where are we at? 25. Spent some time there. Oop, 26. Back up. Do it again. Sorry. Also, not keeping up well with this log. Moving on from tech. Sort of. Because I did put in the checklist. Let's see, did I cover it? Whenever their towers go down, I didn't finish talking about the cell phone. Here we go. Tech tales. Extreme frustration. Always continued. Whenever my particular swell phone company has trouble or issues with their network or their towers, my phone tells me that it has no SIM card installed. Whenever my phone updates itself without telling me and wants to be restarted without telling me, it says, check the SIM tray, searching, dot, dot, dot. No SIM. And that's not what's wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with this little SIM card. It's fine. It's them. Either Droid or who was phone company. I think I wrote somewhere. No SIM, all caps, SIM, slash searching. All right. I think that covers all my tech crybabying for today. Thanks for listening to me whine. Just like when we tried to start this. First it was my headphones, then it was George's microphone. It happens. Move on. You'll never get anything productive done. The computers are against you. See what's coming soon. Tech. You got any tech stories or woes you want to share today, George? Or Elizabeth?
Not at this time.
And biotech. Biotech is causing me issues.
Oh, there was one thing. Remember we talked the other day about mean people in Microsoft saying that you could do this, and you can run older Windows 11 on older equipment.
Yes.
No affiliation, but there's a tri-weekly show called TechLink, and they were even talking about it this past night.
About upgrading the poor peasant
Yes,
class into oblivion.
yes, because even though it says that you may affect your updates or other hardware compatibility issues.
And then my phone, I looked at it. It said it didn't light up to tell me. I just looked at my phone to see how is you phone, and it said no SIM in the cut, no SIM card in the tray. But then when I swipe to open it, it says network 5 bars, everything's fine. I suppose I should test it in case somebody tries to call me.
It
Well,
worked about a half hour ago.
test, send. Says it sent. I just sent you a text.
I'm
It
getting it.
says it says delivered.
Test.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And so it continues. Tech frustrations. But back to the biotech frustrations. Part of not sleeping enough and suffering, not able to. I'm not saying anything self harmy, internets. Don't get upset. Not able to take the pain without eating aspirin. That's all I ate. It was the thing on one of the recent shows. There it is. Shut up. Take the pain, said Sergeant Barnes. I had thought about putting something up there like put the little peepo green guy face. I don't know what his name is. The young people use on like put the little sad green guy face under Sergeant Barnes and say, I can't. But that could be misconstrued as if I was saying something hopeless or self harming. No, 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 internets, don't worry. Part of the difficulties of the pain and taking aspirin, I guess I can say, without endorsement or not endorsement or saying anything about modern medicine. I took some vitamin C as well and drank a bunch of stuff. And part of it, if you take anything, all of you, anybody on earth who listens at all, including solid foods, I guess I'll get on that soapbox when I get back. You need to hydrate. Go ask the military. The problem with hydrating, if you do it at the levels that are recommended for your body mass index and size and everything else and age, is you get ready to spend a lot of time tinkling. Roger that. So should I put up the girl George or you got a story to
Yeah.
tell?
No, I don't.
Your world.
Put her up for.
All right. And then I will take care of whatever was in the chat. Sorry, I am having difficulties today. That's not the girl. That's not the girl. That's the girl. And I did put on, but I gotta go. I'm not clicking all those. I left the screen up with the free apostrophe tube musics. I shall return. And then the girl went away because I was back. I love her. I miss her. Where is she? I was about to read the welcome to live chat instead of the chat. Out here, X, FB, and Instagram, we're all out. It makes one wonder. Yep.
Maybe it's those space drones they keep talking about are flying over New Jersey.
That is on the list.
Oh,
I guess
okay.
we'll get into that. 36. 36 is it red balloon fire in the sky or CIA? Welcome aboard, Central Intelligence. I've said this since I was a very small child. Alien space invaders or a whole lot of ado or to do about nothing.
It's a lot to do about nothing. Someone suspected it might be a club or a group of people that are setting up their drones because you can see them. They have lights on. And if it was a foreign government doing it, they wouldn't have lights. They'd use IR because they wouldn't want their presence known.
Green screen, zoom on. It's another one I got with my
Not to
better than
mention,
me. I have it listed as the CIA-Alien-Space-Invader Drones invading New Jersey, allegedly, reportedly. Dig a little is a note to self. We're going to dig a little on this because I have heard nothing about it. Listening to this third hand, and I have begged before many times on the Facebook that I am now fired from. Still, and a couple times here on the tube. I haven't got fired or knocked or stricken for that yet. But it all goes to not even the appearance of impropriety. Screamed uselessly. It, meaning the sewer dwelling clown that rips the arms off of children, always, with or without the wings, the same. So let's make a timestamp so we can note it in case I get sued later. Please sue me. Make me famous. It won't happen. Steve Bannon. Say truth, not DJT's. Great social platform. There, how about that? Not an endorser, not a whatever. True story. Say truth. Or, Steve Bannon, please. STFU, sir. It means standard talking freaking university. Sure does. Somebody go stuff the gimp ball in Steve Bannon's mouth. for me, please. Because he's into that stuff. Allegedly, reportedly, whatever. But him in his Whopper room are doing this brainwashing straight out of Fu Fu King. It's an ancient Chinese recipe. Oh man, there it was, there it went. So sorry, world. Back in the day, we used to just call it subliminal ads. Or MK Ultra, that's the one. Repeat the sounds, repeat the sounds, repeat the sounds, repeat the sounds, repeat the sounds. Pretty soon they'll start saying the sounds, saying the sounds, saying the sounds. Steve Bannon knows this. He is a very, very smart guy. He knows he's not speaking to people who want to hear truth. So I had to crawl my achy face and arse out of the bed and listen to a big story about how the CIA-Alien-Space-Invader Drones are invading New Jersey, especially some super dude, God King Man Emperor twice now of America, MAGA, golf course that he owns. And I got the big scold when I dared say, your suspicions do not allow for .gov to infringe upon my rights. Do not offer, enable, or whatever, especially coming from you, Steve Bannon. Don't you dare offer the lawfare DOPO, which means government at any level or political subdivision thereof, especially the badgy-wadgy types, that they do need their stinking badgers. The opportunity to seize up anybody's anything, including their persons or identities, because you're afraid of a drone or a camera or whatever. Please see, audit the audit, all of you. Please,
Oh,
somebody, Rumble, kick that piece of turd off. I mean, let me look up my favorite saying. Why do you people give him hundreds and tens and hundreds of millions of dollars that he's been convicted and pardoned, and now he's being state level sued for stealing your money, and yet you guys still give him his money?
well, KB32, decent channel, generally talks about pew-pews, was one of the things he pointed out is modern drones, with except for government types, generally don't have an hour's worth of flying time in their battery.
I showed the better 99%. If there's better in this relationship, she accounts for 99% of good. I'm the 1%. I'm no good.
Horseshit.
I showed her on the I dared. Don't you dare speak facts into Donald J. Trump's and Steve Bannon's propaganda. I'm gonna jump in my van and drive until it's out of gas and call that place home. Quote, kindest. Give me the quote. And I'm not gonna put a link to it. I'm not gonna timestamp it. Steve Bannon is the kindest, bravest, warmest, most wonderful human being I've ever known in my life. And that is the result of the brainwashing in the Manchurian Candidate. Would you like to have a cup of tea? So I told her, after she told me again, let me copy the quote. Copy the quote. Are you copying? I can't tell what you're doing, computer. Because she insisted and she didn't want to hear any of my, what is all that? Check that out. Google bars thing. Put a bunch of stuff up in here. I'm going to get rid of it. Yes. I think we'll leave that. Steve Bannon or DJT Senior or let's do JR. Isn't that funny? Biden JR. I don't care who it is. I don't care. Nancy Pelosi. There. I dealt the blow. Injustice. Balance scales. Is the kindest, bravest, warmest, most wonderful human being I've ever known in my life. End quote. And myself and my friend Alan, once upon a time, used to say drip, 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 having to do with what is allegedly. I mean nothing by it. Anybody of any descent or country or previous dynasties, they used to say Chinese water torture was drip, drip, dripping water on somebody's noggin until it drilled and eroded a hole in it. And me and Alan, in dealing with technology failures and frustrations and expectations and bad manuals and everything else, used to say drip, 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 and then he would associate it to some song that I don't remember right now. Yes. Drip, 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 drip. This repeat. MK Go study MK Ultra yourselves. I think I'll have to fix some of that formatting before I get to it. In order to get out of, no offense to the canines or the furries, but out of my own doghouse of my own making, because I dare speak truth to Steve Bannon's lies. Those are lies, Steve Bannon and company. Donald John Trump. Stop
Uh,
telling lies.
Trump hasn't said anything about those drones.
They say everything about, don't make me, I'll go nuts. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs. They are
I don't
not.
care. What president's dietary um, quirks? I don't care. Reagan liked jelly beans. GW Senior wouldn't eat broccoli. Who gives a flying?
Oh, I'm talking about DJT and his vice president, and DJT in the famous debate against Kamala Harris squawked how they're eating the pets, that the Haitians in Ohio.
If you're saying they're not, that's where we're going to agree to disagree because they got a video of them cooking said geese and cat.
That was in a hole that was not in the named place, and it was a chicken.
It was a goose. They actually have him
No,
walking
the
home with
guy
the
carrying
goose.
the goose. See, you're doing what my wife does to me, and I'm gonna get
No, the
upset.
same person. I've seen the video. It was the same person
You know,
cooking a goose as well as one that was carrying home the goose. But, that being said, the geese I don't care about because Fayetteville could use a few Haitians to eliminate our geese, I won't say eliminate, to streamline our goose population because they're starting to cause car accidents. But on the same token, I don't care if you're green, plaid, pink with purple polka dots. You come after my animals, we're going to have personal issues. And since I am not the young man I used to be, I'm going to use equalizers.
You can't use deadly force to protect property. If you want to say those kind of things, you have to move to Colorado.
Did
Drones in
I did
New
I did
Jersey.
I did not say anything about using deadly force. I
The
said I'd use
Haitians actually
equalizer.
in their own country do eat stray animals. The ducks and the geese in the park pond were to the
Yeah, I know.
citizens, the pets in the community, and to the Haitians. Just strays for food. Okay.
In
And see,
Thailand, they
this is
eat
why I want to self-harm.
in
Please understand. I get this crap at least 14 hours a day from my missus. I'm not meaning to take it out on you, Elizabeth, or you, George. But if you want to spew this nonsense, put your earbud in, hit your phone live on your YouTube app, on your YouTube channel, and don't drive me further ear-ringing insane by repeating this bull crap.
if it's bullcrap.
It is bullcrap. It has been beat to death. Stop defending the honor of these people. They're just people and they're filthy effing liars. And they are causing me to really hate waking up every day.
I'm sorry that you hate waking up today. You shouldn't let them, whoever them you're talking about, bother you.
How
But
do
at the
I
same,
stop my wife and my friends and my mother from spewing this stupid crap? We have real things in this world we could talk about.
and this is a no offense, and I don't want to give you a headache. This could be a real thing. It has not been debunked.
It has been
In fact,
debunked so repeatedly that
oh
when
no,
he
that's right.
said it, oh my God, I'm just going to
It
end this
hasn't been
fucking stream.
debunked. Okay, sorry.
If you want to say things like that, go on your own stream and say them. Send me links disproving, including the mayor, the sheriff, and the police chief.
Oh yeah, any sheriff or mayor wants that kind of bad publicity in their own state. Don't forget, you got a mayor that's different incidents. Just saying, talking about politicians, talking about how good a mayor she is, but yet she's being investigated for corruption, uh, embezzlement. Her own party won't back her again for another mayorship. Okay, they've been trying to get rid of her now for at least 2 years. Okay, just because a politician says it doesn't happen, I don't believe them. And a mayor and a sheriff are politicians, and you know that. You deal with them on a day-to-day basis, and they'll lie to you faster than water runs head downhill. That's the reason I wait for video confirmation, and I look at the video very closely to see, are they wearing the same clothes? Is it the same person? Do they have the same facial features, facial hair, all that kinds of stuff? I didn't say it was true. I said going by the video evidence, not the politician evidence, but the video evidence, it looks to be true. I'm sorry if I popped a blood vessel. was talking about the drone, that the governor of New Jersey has to be wrong because a ship offshore, how far offshore? If so, I mean, they only had modern drones as far as non-military drones only have a range that is so far and a flying time is so far.
Everybody dash R believes Fox News until they don't.
Who said anything about Fox News?
I
I
just
didn't
did.
watch Fox News. Okay. And you're going to believe the others who've been consistently lying for 4
What?
all news medias do their own slant. I mean, I repeat, all, not some, all news medias will lie to you, whether it's CNN, NBC, CBS, ABC, Fox, doesn't effing matter. They will lie to you and put out falsehoods. That's the reason Clemens, my favorite quote from him, a la Mark Twain, if you do not read a paper, you're uninformed. If you do read a paper, you're misinformed. That's the reason when analyzing data, such as intelligence, and I don't mean as in smarts, I mean as in information you might gather about a person, place, government, or thing, you take all the media, and if you filter it over where they cross over, that's closest to be the truth because all their lies have a speck of truth in them. A speck. Drones with the longest flying time are huge and they don't have lights on them. They use things like IR and infrared. In fact, the best ones, as far as doing what they're talking about doing, would be built in Australia, and they're made out of cardboard with souped up motors and big wings for lift and carrying capacity. And as far as I know, that company does not sell those drones to private people. They sell them to governments. And they wouldn't be picked up on radar, but then again, they don't have lights. This is probably a club or a group of kids or a group of adults that want to go play with someone's mind. Personally, if it's a low-flying drone like that, I agree with them. If they fly over my property, I should, and they're under, let's say 600 feet. Well, I won't go that high. Below 100 feet, I should be allowed to blast them out of the sky. But you're not allowed. Even though technically you're not allowed to fly drones over inhabited areas. That's from the FCC. That's the reason you're not allowed to fly drones over football fields to record football games.
And of course, whoever Kirby is,
I'll be right back.
I don't remember who Kirby is. Some dude at the White House, I guess, because they got the White House behind him in a picture. Wants Congress to expand, make laws, screw with the people's rights. And then you wonder why they want to go after your ghost trannies in your bathroom, Kirby. We take seriously a threat that can be posed by unmanned aircraft systems, blah, 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 blah. Of course it is. Lack of information is utterly unacceptable. Several drones appear to be flying over Randolph, New Jersey on Wednesday, December 4th, 2024. I guess. The reported drones don't appear to be a threat to public safety, but many state and municipal lawmakers have nonetheless called for stricter rules about who can fly the unmanned aircraft. All of you government people, stop calling for stricter rules. Then you can't have Google doing Google Maps and Google bars without everybody's express written permission. Or Google satellites, or anybody else's satellites, including the government satellites. Especially you first, government. If there were drones and they were not violating any kind of restricted airspace or flying rules that already exist for drones, all of you shut up.
Back. Hello.
Yes,
Okay.
I was reading a chat. All I see is a bunch of everybody screaming into their own voids, begging for their voted dictators, tyrants, to dictate and tyrant some more. And
Uh-huh.
I'm sure I had a better way to say this, but everybody squawking about the drones needs to shut up.
I was just pointing out facts about drones. That's
Yeah,
all.
no, I'm talking about all these, all the newses, all the
Oh,
crybabies,
like I
large,
said,
large drones spotted in areas as FBI investigates, fear mongers.
if they didn't spread fear, they wouldn't sell their product. No one would watch them. But due to the reliability of certain news agencies, are the reason they're now up for sale. Like I said, Mark Twain says, if you don't read a paper, you're misinformed. If you do read a paper, if you don't read a paper, you're uninformed. If you do read a paper, you're misinformed. I learned a long time ago studying intelligence gathering and investigations is you take multiple sources, as many as you can find from all over wherever, and you look at all of them, and you like where they cross over. There's a element of truth. Like the element of truth is there. Yes, there are drones. Yes, they're in the sky. Yes, they're flying over a residential area, and that's as far as the truth goes. The rest is hyperbole, speculation, and downright bull twinkies. I assume we are allowed to say bull twinkie.
I hope so. We'll find
I
out
just
some
did.
year. Well, all I can tell you, New Jersey residents, is that I hope that the more you get panicky, the more 14 to 16-year-olds go buy them some drones on Amazon and fly them all around your New Jersey. Because your only choice is to get out of New Jersey then.
Well, I wouldn't live in New Jersey in the first place. See, that's where, I mean, I would like to know at what point is your land, your property, your area extends? Is it strictly only on the land? And okay, your house doesn't belong to you because it extends up in the air, like with a roof. There should be, a certain amount of space above your residence property that you should be allowed to have absolute control over, whether it's 50 feet, 100 feet, whatever it is. It needs to be established with code and law.
Any information related to the recent sightings of possible drones flying in several areas along the Raritan River? Witnesses have spotted the cluster of what look to be drones and possible fixed-wing aircraft. Call the FBI. It's on the screen. The FBI Public Affairs Specialist Amy Thorson, NK Media at FBI.gov. It's a FBI.gov link on the screen. Or you can submit online at tips.fbi.gov. What none of you need to be doing is begging your lawmakers to intrude, invade, infringe upon anybody else's rights because you're afraid of a flying machine. If it was a real bad guy, do you think they'd have lights blinking all over it? They'd just send another Chinese balloon. They fly silent.
Well, those drones don't exactly make noise, but I mean, like you said, if I was going to fly over someone and I didn't want them to know I was there, I sure the hell wouldn't activate the lights. Hell, cut the wires to the lights if need be. Complete the circuit.
I don't know whatever the rules are in your local locality. That's the rules apply.
If you're doing it so you're being stealthy, or an outlaw or a forward agent, you're not going to care what the laws are.
I think I'm done with the
That's
drones.
okay.
I
Well,
mean, no, we can keep talking about this other kind of
no,
stuff
no,
you're
no.
talking about. I mean, in
I'm a
general, as far as this
I'm gonna put it this way.
particular set of drones sightings weeks ago over New Jersey, but maybe it was Pennsylvania and it could possibly now be New York. Whatever.
No, I'm gonna point it out. This bad guys, lawbreakers, aren't going to care what the law is.
Right.
The only people that law pertains to are those of us that like to stay within the law because we like our hobbies. We like being free as we can be. We don't want Uncle Sugar on our backs. You know, you and I, Dean, have been investigated so many times for so many different things, it's not funny.
I've never been investigated for anything legit. I mean, I do my background checks and everything else, but
Yes, I've been.
I've never been investigated for reasonable suspicion of criminal activity in
No,
any way.
no, not for that. I mean, due to the fact of people I know, friends, family, um, jobs I've applied to, I've been investigated by state, local, and feds. As I said, at once upon a time, I wanted to be in the Secret Service. Once upon a time, I tried to become a fingerprint tech for the FBI. Uh, Once upon a time, as a reenactor, I was carried a firearm, a flintlock, YouTube, around politicians, including having Ronald Reagan in 1981 fly directly over my tent. I know I was taking a nap at the time when he flew over in Marine One. I got just to be there. We had to submit paperwork to be investigated. to get a basic clearance because we were carrying firearms near, the president of France, the president of the United States. It just, I'm not going to do anything to object to screw with my good standing after being investigated so many times. I mean, hell, my first clearance investigation, Dean, I was 10 years old. It was because of my brother. And it was due to because what he did for the Navy. I've been part of people's clearance investigation, as in, they send someone out. What do you feel about this person? What do you think? Do you trust them? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. And the biggest compliment I paid someone was, not only do I trust him with my wife, my life, and my money, I trust him with my country.
Hmm.
There is not a politician on this planet that I trust more than 50%. Most of them a lot less. And yes, just because I vote for them doesn't mean I trust them 100%. Because I will call them out when I think they're doing stupid stuff or stuff that's wrong. I voted for Bush, but when he was doing stupid stuff, I complained and I thought he was wrong. One of those things was No Child Left Behind. By the way they were describing No Child Left Behind, you left all the children behind. Yes, every child, every human being that graduates high school should be able to read, write, and do basic math at a minimum, at a bare minimum. But we should also have courses that go beyond that. But as we said in a previous conversation, at least I think it was online, don't remember. We need to bring back occupational classes. Because not everybody's going to go to college.
I had in the notes, maybe in the description, maybe not. Oddity audit.
Yes.
They have a new video
Yes. Seen it.
about this same garbage. That when you allow badgy wadgies to think they are the law and be Judge Dredd on the streets, they are going to trod upon your rights, but never who they should. They're not going to go push some congressman up the wall, against the wall, and handcuff them and say, "Show me your ID." Because they know they can't go upstairs. They can't go F with the mayor. They're going to go take it out on the citizenry and stop calling everybody citizen.
We're
Everybody,
all
including
citizens.
Audit the Audit.
We're all citizens.
You
Even the
don't.
cops are citizens.
Citizenship is not required.
No.
If you can't use your words, you can't do whatever. But anyhow, Audit the Audit. Go see all of their videos. All of you.
And just to give them
Especially
a point.
any of you. They should make our entire Congress and all of their staff and all of anybody who dares to lobby the Congress should be forced to watch every single video that Audit the Audit has and understand, learn Stop
No,
treading upon us. We don't
exactly. And
need
one of
any
the
more peanuts in the pile of crap that is the failed American experiment.
one of the worst federal abusers of said thing is our border patrol people. Because their jurisdiction exists. I think it's what 100 miles from the inside from the border inward. Well, you just described most of our country because North Carolina, Fayetteville, North Carolina, is within 100 miles of the national border. 12-mile limit. Come in 12 miles, then go inland another 98 miles. That covers a good chunk of the state. And doing these random ID checks, and you can tell if the person is illegitimate. Just listen to how they talk. Okay, a Canuck, a Canadian. Sorry to use the word Canuck. A Canadian, what we used to call snowbirds that would come up and down 95 to go to Myrtle Beach and Florida and things. They speak English and they sound a lot more American, but they don't sound enough like American, except for those people that live on the Canadian US border. Hold on a second.
All right, audit the audit. Another fantastic new video. They were nice until he had to use his rights. Now they're
Greetings,
getting
everyone.
sued.
Before we dive into the episode, I have a quick...
Sorry, didn't mean to let it play, but thankfully the ad didn't play. Greetings, everyone. Man, that guy has a nice voice. I don't know if that's the real guy that does the channel or a paid reader narrator. Go look at their latest video. Underneath it and in my description is a link to they have published a book or a hand guide, or he kept calling it 3 days ago, and I finally saw it last night in the video. They keep calling it a pamphlet to help people understand. Hopefully. I would buy it and give it to my other. She would become angry at me and offended.
Dean,
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to get off. Give me a call after you're done. I'll explain why. Okay?
It might be many hours.
I don't care.
All right.
I'm out.
Bye. Oh me, oh my. But yes, try to give it to those, especially those that they hear a rumor amplified and amplified and amplified, and that's me being diplomatic. These filthy lies about the evil, wicked foreigner drones gonna kill President-elect Trump. That's what they're there for. And then when you say that's nonsense, any airspace around him is restricted airspace. Nobody flies drones into his airspace, especially since 2 incidents this year that are very important. Especially one where the bad guy that bee stung his ear, crybabies, that can't admit he got shot in his ear, flew a drone around the area and over the venue prior to taking that shot. Ain't nobody flying drone around your guy. Calm down. And do not empower your favorite imbecile elected fool to start saying that everybody else can't have a camera or a drone. What if I have my camera on my selfie stick? Does that constitute aerial boarding my camera and now I have to get harassed by cops? If you people want to live in a nanny state, I understand every other country except America is importing crazy Americans and their dollars. Get out. Go elsewhere. Otherwise, remember that freedom is trickery. And occasionally ask yourself, am I really this uptight about this that I'm going to squeal to the tyrants and have them tyrant somebody because I don't like that they do something that I don't do? This is what's wrong with our country and has been since before we were a country. I don't know what to say to that, Elizabeth the Mammy. If you enter into a committed relationship, you deal with it, including yapping on your tube. This is why I call myself. Please try to understand. It's in every one of these things and why I called these online rants what I call them. Because if I have no ability to say just what I'm thinking and feeling, I'm always going to be corrected and told I'm wrong, then frustration becomes hopelessness in a damn hurry. The utter futility and uselessness. When you are in a committed relationship with anybody, you have to try to work it out. You don't get to say, shut up, I don't want to hear that crap anymore. Everybody go study. Somebody make it mandatory. If you hold yourself out for office, of any office in this whole land, you have to go get some education, including watching, studying, understanding. That when you say blah, 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 what ends up is me staring in the face of a mindless, broken Harnett County sex crimes deputy detective with him threatening my life. And then when I return the threat, now all of a sudden, he's sitting there snot-nosed for the third time in my presence. You have got to stop empowering the government to do all the cowardly things and then being mad at them when you gave them all the power. That's not what this place is supposed to be about, and they abuse it. Go study all of the audit videos. Listen to the words. It's very well done stuff. They deserve every bit of their 2 point something million. And it's the same old topic over and over and over. Shoot, I never got to talk about in the movie. I found out who knew. Let's get on to that. Off topic, on the topic. Until last night, I did not know they had made yet another Jason Bourne movie. Let's say 2 out of 5. Max. Hated it. Link in the description below. But I didn't know who knew. Who knew? I would say canoe. Who knew? Or canoe. Man, that was a drag. That was a good end to a franchise, I guess. And then I must not increase my bust. Wish I could have some pulsating pectorials as well. I must go to the facilities again. Hold the line, please. I shall be back. Come back. Then I returned. Oh boy. Yes, the movie called Jason Bourne, 2016. Link in the description. You may watch it. Free, except for the mental tax. That's another saying of mine. It's free. Star with ads. Except for the mental tax. I made it all the way through. I watched it. Of course, the theme song, Moby, Extreme Ways, rolled with the credits at the end. It doesn't make up. You could just go listen to the music. Any old version you want. You don't have to suffer a very long, in my opinion, bad movie. to hear a song, but you do get to see for a time, even though it is a horrifying, no spoilers. For a short time, you get to enjoy the on-screen presence of Julia Stiles. The thing with the drones, everything else, the abdication. If you got a problem with your neighbors flying their drones over your property, sue them in civil court. And I had to have this discussion this morning. ATA has a new pamphlet. We got that. But what if they're taking pictures through your windows? Well, what if Google is? Or anybody else? How would you know? It's kind of silly of them. And then get better curtains. Find you some kind of EMP microwave thing that if you set your house a mile off the road and you own so much property that you're worried about whether or not the drones can fly that far on their battery chargers, knock the thing out of the sky while it's on your property. They'll have to trespass to get it. If you think they're spying in your windows, get good video of that thing flying over your window. This was probably meant to be under whatever. There, I took 2 minutes to talk about Jason Bourne movie. Go see it though. It's good. Yeah. Don't take my opinion. All right, we get that one off the list. The other thing that was not thrust upon me other than headlines, it was, no, that's not a saying I made up. I was looking for a note. There he is. Harry. My mind told me she brought it up last week. I didn't discuss it on stream. I let it go. And I had mentioned it when it was fresh and new. People asked me about it, blah, blah, blah. And I said, yeah, he should not be charged. And if he is, he should not be found guilty. I would happily provide expert testimony or expert witness ideas. And then he got acquitted. This is not like long ago. It was very effective in my environment. You too, Elizabeth. In my aunt's environment. Long ago, when they brought charges against 4 Los Angeles police officers over the handling of one Rodney King. The day they brought the charges, everybody that had any kind of idea about anything said, man, why would they charge him with stuff that they cannot possibly find him guilty of? Oh, wait, because that's what the courts are for. The appearance of. Here we go again. Oh, I got it scribbled all over everything for today. Because that's what they do. In all of our courts and all of our land, they play politician games with the real lives and real properties of real people, not cloud-dwelling politicians. The reason they filed the exact charges they did against Rodney King was to garner voters and postpone riots, knowing darn well that there would be riots. Well, that's what I think they charged Perry with, is the only way we're going to get out of riot now is by putting a bunch of charges on the guy. So, of course, everybody's out screaming and hollering and jumping up and down and reading about the dude got acquitted of charges that, if you just objectively and for the facts, ma'am, only the facts, you read those charges, it's like no jury anywhere in America of any makeup or color that actually follows the letterings of the law and the instructions as read by a judge could find him guilty of what he was charged with. And there it is. Heads we win, tails you lose. See, now I'm going to do what sounds like coming to the defense of your guy, Mammy, so you don't have to worry. New York-D courts. All the exact same loudmouths that have been screaming since May how perfect New York's judicial system is. Because that T guy that we can't say his name got 34 felony charges guiltied on him. All of those same loudmouths are out yesterday and today screaming at the top of their lungs because this other guy got a not guilty from a selected from amongst them jury of his peers in New York. That the whole system has always forever been borked means broken, racist, corrupt since forever and always, with or without wings. You can't have it both ways. You can. You get to speak out of both sides of your face. Talking heads, screaming people, protesteth this too much. But know that there's one foolishness out here on planet Earth who says, I see what you did there, and you are wrong. And you canceled yourself. You cancel cultured you. But you get to have your... I don't remember where the old joke was from. Probably a nasty porn mag that one of my uncles had around. Something about, you can't have your Kate and Edith too, meaning two women, instead of cake and eat it. Oh, 39, 40. Pretty much done with Perry. Yin yang. So either your New York system is good or it's bad. You New Yorkers pick. If it's all bad, like you're saying now, then you got to throw out those charges against Trump too, in that whole case and that verdict. Oh, wait, no, that can't happen. We just get to be hypocrites and fools. And any of you sensitive about it one way or the other, who can't look at what happened to the people on that subway train, I think it was. I don't even remember all the details. I really don't care. I looked at it when it was fresh and new a year ago, one time, And here was my one time foolish opinion, I guess. Humble opinion, probably wrong. I don't know. I don't I don't have anything. Goes back to a SCOTUS opine. Through the eyes of reasonable. I know that ruling, and it's related. This is one of the opinions. I don't remember if it's agreeing or disagreeing or whatever they call it, and dissenting opinion. But I have quoted it, linked it, done whatever on 2 other live streams. The one that talks about the hindsight, perfect vision, and a reasonable officer based on their training and experience at the time. And I will stop here and make much ado about this, because this is what I would have offered if anybody had asked, even for free. But I don't stick my nose purposefully, especially in, of course, they're going to turn this into a race thing. See, today, when you look at that incident or any semblance or shapes or snippets, find yourself full-length videos. The good King George mentioned earlier he finds videos, and I'm thinking about those 2 poor ladies in Georgia. Cut by who videos. Be a very critical thinker about these things and find you not what you want to hear and what confirms your confirmation biases and makes right your heroes. If you can go at it truly hypercritical from the point of I'm going to disprove my guy or this theory, and you end up following the facts to wherever they lead you like a good investigator should, to exactly where you started believing your guy, then you get to back it up with a look at what I'm doing here on my tube. Many links, many discussions, many different variations. And I still haven't. I've seen the one, what my eyes told me there was no cutting, clipping, or editing. It was somebody's personal cell phone video of that incident in that subway. But based on my training and experience, what I saw, and we mentioned it the other day, Miss Elizabeth, I did. I don't think you ever responded. Or maybe you did. I'm having a brain day. What training and experience did the guy, and let's leave color out of it, the guy attempting to hold or restrain the other guy ended up what was obviously not a bar arm, a purposeful crushing of whatever's, and looked to me as if there was still room to insert fingers, so it wasn't even a choke hold. It's an arm around the neck area hold. And I haven't studied the case. I didn't listen to any of the case stuff. I haven't read any of the garbage. I shouldn't call it garbage. Any of the details. Anybody's opinions. Maybe they had experts to say it or not. The training that the one person had that attempted to restrain the other. Anybody who has problems with the KIA spelled properly and said properly word say nanny, nanny, nanny for the next few seconds, or put your fingers in your ears, or click away and come back later. The training that the United States Marine Corps offers is kill, kill, kill. And they do very good, very wellfully at teaching otherwise fine young men and women's, some, very few, who the path or the plan really are into that stuff, and they need to be sent overseas to do that stuff for apple pie. But the vast majority of them, it takes what they call indoctrination, which is a big fancy word for voluntary brainwashing, to get them training or instructed and practiced. And then, real world, they're probably going to get some experience in, did the training stick? Kill, kill, kill. Or worse. Many, 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 many years ago, the year was 1986 to be precise, a friend of our family's, I believe his name was Pat, a man named Pat, showed up very tore up in pieces because his fine young son had tried to defend the honor of some fine young whammons, or back then we called them wee mawns, against some rather drunk, being rude Marines. And he said some ugly stuff, and with inhibitions wiped out by alcohol, within seconds, that USMC on leave guy on break stuck that K-bar between ribs 3 and 4, severing the lower lobe of the heart and the entire lung. So now go back and look at the subway video and realize, based on his training, knowing that the United States Marine Corps don't play, they teach them guys, if you go hand on, break, stuff, rend the flesh. KKK. But not that, not the racist one. Ha, I fooled you. KIA, KIA, KIA. I've already got away with it several times. To the shores of Tripoli. And realize how much restraint that USMC had in attempting to restrain what obviously he didn't think of as an enemy combatant or a threat, because that is dealt with severely and instantly by USMCs. So it's my thoughts on it. And it is just what it is. It's been that way since a bad crossing of paths and destinies in Los Angeles so many moons ago. And I don't mean Rodney King. I mean, see the original LA or Watts riots. Long before I was even created. And many, 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 many other examples of all this, all that, all the other. Which leads to some other things, some another thought. Sympathetic. Empathetic. I'm not sure that I could say empathetic. Sympathetic. some partially quoted. I didn't go find sources. I'm not putting stuff up on screen. Some of the people very upset. Upset over Perry. ACQUIT. TAL. Ha ha, I did it. I spelled a big lawyer word. Some of the people very upset are capable of saying how frustrating it is. I promise you I know. And yet then they say, because of the racism. I understand. You haven't had time to think it out, ring it out, test. Is that true? Is it because of racism? Or is it because you are just howling at the moon? It is very upsetting that we, all of us combined, of many one, of one many. That's the e pluribus unum thing. It's supposed to be a thing. In each individual state and all of the states combined into a union of states. A nation made of states. People got that wrong. It is very disheartening and saddening that at the end of the day, the best we've got for the least amongst us is, regardless of whatever everybody else tried, one of us, there but for the grace of G word we can't say anymore, go I. One of us got unalived because the rest of us, 230 to 250 million, don't care. It didn't happen to us. And it's a bad bit of destiny. But that's how it goes. I hear you when you say. Hear you when you say. Frustrated, sad, disgusted, afraid. I hear you when you say all those things. That I have any power to do anything about it other than sit out here uselessly on the internet telling my internet. I hear you. But is it truly that you can't see beyond the color of the skins of those people? Is that your eyes looking at a thing without the content of their character? Can you be as willfully colorblind as Lady Justice? Remember, the Justice Statue Lady I do not know one person upset over Perry acquittal. Not one person feels a person should have been out away from the state supposed to be caring for him. But since he was, not one feels a child and other innocent people should be terrorized by that person's subway, a public place, to be not be terrorized. Exactly correctly. Lady Justice wears a blindfold. You go figure out why. I call it willfully blind because it's a blindfold. Can you be willfully colorblind? If you reverse the colors, would you still have the same story to tell? If this, if that, what happened, happened. And can you ask yourself, are you that frustrated, sad, because you truly believe it's just about race? Then you have to answer that with, if it is truly only about race, then what do we do? What do we, all of us, everybody in America and globally, what do we do to fix or stop it? Stop saying it's about race and start saying, okay, that's the problem. Now offer a solution if we accept it. If it is truly about all of the other that myself and E.W. said, that we all just hate to see this, that how are we capable of putting persons on the moon if that really happened, or faking it if we really faked it? Satellite communications, chit-chatting on YouTubes, and we can't look out for the least amongst us, among each other. And I'll go rant and try to provide a link later to whichever video I mentioned it before. Hey, all of you people upset about this so-called racism and everything else. It's policeism. It's whatever it is. Please go look up Dennis Bodden. He's a black guy. He was killed by one or two white police officers who may not have been lawfully where they were when it happened. One of them certainly was. He was on duty. What do we do to fix or stop it? We call out. Here, I'm offering you an answer to the second one. The politicians and the individuals that voted in those said politicians for providing nothing for the likes of the deceased on, I don't even know his name and I don't care. For the likes of the deceased on the subway. You, New York. Us, the United States. If it's just a mental health crisis, and it's an ongoing mental health crisis, I heard all these, this has happened before, it's been many, many times. It's been, well, it happened once to this poor Dennis Bodden feller. I don't hear any of you squawking about that. So I better not put I, we, I I put we because I always say. I call me we because we are many. See, the tale of the legion or legion. I call you out to pass better laws, rules, ordinances, and somethings in your jurisdictions to take care of those people without hurting them. Or, let's do, or allowing them to hurt themselves. There. That's what I call you out for. Write your senator, write your local mayors, write your local tyrant, your county seats, and say, hey, you guys, put aside some money to house these people. We used to have padded room places that people got driven to in a paddy or padded wagon. I have suggested that the new FBI contain a specific unit that takes all police complaints and investigates them. No more therapists and social workers as department investigators in the old days. It is high time, and maybe we just need, maybe they're right. I put it up here. Something that my good woman, she had said to me this morning when I said, she said something else. Oh, the robot vacuum. Again, we got talking about, well, she was making sure that yield. Bannon knows all. I never knock Bannon. He's probably a lot smarter than me because he's rich and I'm not. We're going to say that, if that's how you judge it. That there are no good cops or government or whatevers at any level. I remind you, Mr. Bannon, you were up there for a while and you and your boy had 4 years and you didn't fix it. But she says that there's no good cops according to her and Steve Bannon because lawfare, tyranny, witch, copcraft, and persecution of their guy and this crazy long lie story about Mike Lindell, the pillow guy, and the FBI tyrant Stoppels stealing his cell phone. They practically unalived him. I say there's no good cops because there is a Bible passage that says, because you are neither hot nor cold, you are lukewarm, I will spit or vomit you out of my mouth. Attributed to the son part of the union that is a trilogy. I have discussed before in many places, I think on one of the streams as well. If we be over generous and say that there's 10% so-called good cops and only 1% so-called wicked, evil, bad cops, that leaves 89% of cops, to me, that are neither hot nor cold because they swore a duty to uphold the law. So if any of cops are getting away with being bad cops, it's because all of them are bad cops. They all gotta go. So yes, I agree with you, Mammy. I agree with my Priscilla and Steve Bannon. Fire. I think I put it in here in the thing. We would talk about it. Fire them all. Get rid of the whole FBI. Shut it down. It doesn't work. Don't try to reform it. Don't try to refix it. Tell Congress to come up with something else. Terminate it. Shut it. Shutter it. Destroy it. Come up with something new. Hire some young people. And not utterly ageist. Hire some long in the tooth and gray haired as well. But especially for the people who are supposed to enable it and whatever, if you can't guarantee me that there's not even the appearance of impropriety in that awful organization, then that's the definition of insanity. To keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result, like, well, let's send him for remedial training. Him is non-gender specific. Bad cop. Let's always keep up with, because that's how we started it, and it leaves the people powerless, frustrated, and every other thing about tyranny. That, if one of our guys violates your rights horribly, and you didn't luck into video of it somehow, the only thing you can do is go to the guy that horribly violated your rights, or his immediate supervisor, and say, I need to file a complaint. And they'll say, no, wrong, doing found. Not ousted by good cops, they become bad cops themselves. We all have to learn the appearance of inappropriate. It will make no sense. Yep. Yes. Let's preach on to each other. This idea of reforming, that's what they call schools for bad kids. That's what they say jails are for. And then how none of that works. You cannot reform a broken government agency. Get rid of it. Start over. Shutter it. Incoming President Donald J. and Elon Musk, and try not to mangle poor Mr. Vivek Ramaswamy's name more than I already have in the past. Just lock it up. Board the place up. Rent the building out to some private investigator company that needs big buildings with microscopes in it. I'm sending for one of my proposals. Great minds, great minds, great minds. We can monetize the government, defund all those benefits they get, and put some great minds together and start this thing with an efficiency. Do we even need all that garbage, or do we need to dump it back off on the states? And we'll talk about that again in a little while. Not even the appearance of impropriety, the SCOTUS stuff recently. Maybe we need to give up on this idea of giant lefty libby Democrats, mostly loud and honest about it. Don't think you got away, -R. You guys are all big government, more government as long as it's me and my brothers and my wife's cousins. Elected people love to create jobs for their nepotisms that don't benefit us taxpayers and peasants any. Get rid of all that garbage. Make the federal government responsible for setting its knee on the back of the individual states' governments. If we need more cops in North Carolina, the federal government needs to audit us and tell us, you don't have enough cops, fix your daggone budget. And as penalty, you figure it out We're going to cut XYZ amount of federal funding from your state until you get your crime under control. It needs to go back to cities. There are never complaints against those big, rich people areas. I always remember San Marino, the Sierra Madre. They work because everyone worked to make it work. Yep, exactly. Is it any such thing as perfect government in this world? No. But do having juggernauts at every level make it any better? These huge, ridiculous bureaucracies upon bureaucracies, and none of them geared towards meeting out and finding corruption or abuse within any other bureaucracy. Always everybody directed at the bottom level. Yes, that cut the crime or get nothing works. The same with education. Yep. So yes, we do. Me and Steve Bannon agree on that. My wife Roo is absolutely correct. We agree. Get rid of all of them. I can get you a computer with a database and logins for the 50 states and some 3 or 4, however many it is, territories and protectorates to submit their billing to, and it'll e-pay them. It'll e-accept their things, and as soon as they mess up and somebody in federal law enforcement finds that a state submitted a bad bill, they will be cut out of their statehood. Done. Moving on. We'll send in the feds to unseat your governments, just like when the local police here in North Carolina mess up real bad, they get unpoliced and the sheriff's department has to cover for them. But we don't need the local cops, the county cops, the state police, the FBI, the DEA, and the ATF all hovering around the same 1 or 3 or 5 supposedly armed and dangerous substance dealers. The US DOJ should only file actions against individual states for their bad laws and bad whatevers. Tyrant-ing the state, people within the state. Oh, went way off on that tangent. But you see, all these things just go around and around. It's the same old thing. So yes, there's no... Where are we at? 02, 14, 20. Moving in a circle to what was next on the checklist. So let's take the New York confusion, yin and yang, craziness, insanity off. It also ties to this. So let's do the Biden thing. Moving on, and I wrote moving in a circle too, because this is the same story. Biden, historic pardon. I know, pardons and clemencies and all the other. I know, I'm aware. I'm keeping it simple. Me. The other exciting thing that has everybody freaking out and pulling at their own hair and gnashing their own teeth. Sorry. I had to put the chat back on screen and make sure I didn't miss anything. Otis. And yes, I do make fun of names. I'm allowed. He held himself out for that office. I don't call him anything as bad as I normally call him Zombie Joe with heart, or what everybody else on the dash R side calls him, because they are free to address or redress their government and their cheap government employees, which the president is. Just another government worker. Any way they so choose. It's their First Amendment right, as long as it does not appear inappropriate, such as calling for action or harm or violence to the POTUS and any of his friends or family. Pick it up at the ballot box. Beg your congressmen to impeach him. According to the headlines this morning. And a lot of yay and a lot of re. President Joseph R. Biden, I believe he's a junior. I spelled it junior because that's how they say it at a racetrack I worked at once upon a time. Issued historic. Let's get ourselves a little tidbit. Biden. Historic pardons. 1,500 sentences. Clemency. That's commutation of sentence. And 30 pardons 39 people. CBS, considered super left liberal, and Fox, considered not so much so, agree on their numbers. AP has the same numbers. The fact sheet has the exact same numbers from whitehouse.gov. So we can say these are easily verifiable numbers. All I can say is, and hopefully I'm wrong on the predictions or whatever, how did he thoughtfully consider 1,500 cases? Number one, or the office thereof. Have they been brewing on that for the whole term he's been in office? Shouldn't they have hurried up? Uh-oh, phone ringing. Be right back. Okay. I'm almost back. Pulling the chair back in range of the microphone. Minimize the girl. While I was away for answering a call. Some of my good news, dread, anxiety over government agents. Now done. Now over. Unfounded dread and anxiety. Oh, friend of mine. Oh, friend of mine. So, President Biden, he did the things. I'm here. Got to go stir the fruitcake mix cooking away and smelling good on the stove. Movies, documentaries. How did Congress allow this to happen? We let it become a parliament. It's worse than a parliament. At least in modern era, in especially the British Parliament, they might go sock each other in the mouth for whatever, for entertainment. Because they're immune. They are immune from prosecution. Maybe we should ascribe back to the mother country. Stop being the bastard children of England. And immunify all of our electeds totally. Because then I could vote some electeds who might go smack the crap out of the other side. Let them spit some teeth, so they say, in the video games and the movies and the books of stupid violence. But they're all just fiction. Allegedly. I'm one of those that believes we should go back to the good old days of stop honoring the very sissified goofiness of people who don't know seriousness at all. The spoil rotten brat children. Let's roll back the time where we could, even if we have to sign a waiver and do our things in such a way, such as pugilism or sabers at paces, we should be able to have duels of honor and call people out in the street, but not to be waving G words around. That always gets the innocent bystanders hurt. Handle it up close and personal. Got way big off on a tangent. Back to POTUS. Mr. President Joseph R. Biden Jr. There, I said your full name correctly. I guess thank you. But please tell all of your we're mad party members. They need to be quiet. When the next president comes in, and his name is Trump, when he pardons, because he's going to take that as a challenge accepted. Ain't no one going in history more than him. When he goes, and on day 3, commutes 1,501 and pardons 40, because he is going to one-up you, then you guys all be quiet about it. You knew he would. If I know he would, you better know he would. Let alone, and I guess I'm not glad for the reason, but I am glad George is not visiting, because he would get all loud and proud. George, you would. For me saying a horrible lie about that January 6th hostage nonsense. And are they going to scream bloody red rummery when he does pardon lots of people? Yes, they are. I fully predict it. So, whatever, woolly bully. Good for you, President Biden. You and all the other dash Ds and independents get together, start giving yourself a little counseling, pre-counseling classes. I always say a little pre-TSD prevents any true TSD in the future. Prepare yourselves. Get around and do yoga and say Om. Get ready. On January 21st, he's going to be busy. Being quite the presidential, I'm sure. You guys act like adults and don't cry about it. Sus. Stuck in my head earlier. And all of the above. The CIA-Alien-Space-Invader Drones invading New Jersey. Oh, good cop, bad cop, everything. The kids these days. Let's highlight that passage. And I meant to put another thing, but I looked at and realized I already had quite the much. In my description for today's video. So I didn't want to do more description. The kids these days say sus, meaning suspicious. I hear many of people less than 40 saying it online or typing it in texts or saying it in real life, in person. That's just sus. And I always giggle because I wouldn't know. I don't speak England English. I don't speak American English. You guys have heard me. I was a very big fan, still am, of the Sex Pistols. Name of a band, no offense meant. It is the name. And a song of theirs, EMI, taught me a phrase that I had to learn long ago. It says, too many people had the sus. Too many people support us. What that means in British English. What does SUSS, you gotta wrap it in quotes, mean in British? It means to investigate or figure out something. To realize or grasp. Knowledge or awareness. So too many people had the knowledge. See, it means, or too many people were shrewd and wary, which means critical. They didn't fall into traps. It's the exact opposite of what we mean by it today. Kids these days say it's suspicious. It's very fitting of late. Suspicious. And I thought of the Kinks as well because they have that song. I don't remember which exact song it is, but in the middle of it, they say, paranoia will destroy you. And if it's not the Kinks, send me a comment, correct me. I didn't look it up. But it just made me giggle because all this drones, the borders, the pets, all this garbage is ghost stories. It's silliness. And I always call, oh, sorry, I don't mean to offend. I'm just offensive. See the Amadeus 1984 movie. I'm a vulgar man, Your Highness, Your Emperorness. Ghost trannies in the bathroom. I know, that's a horrible, offensive thing to say that I just said. Which takes me down another thought that I meant to put in the thing. I have to write myself a reminder. We're still talking about ghost teas in the baño. I know I need one of them curly ends. Led to. Oh, I can't think of her name. Making a note, coming back. I'm back to. I think that's her name. We're gonna find out. I'm going to call out the wicked because I have called her out for being wicked for venting and casting her asparaguses on certain peoples and whatever. It's another thing. That's sus. Too many people support us. Memories, memories, memories. Please don't have them. I say to me, and then me, myself, and I answer. But we do. We do remember. Yes, be sus in the British way. Error on the side of caution. If there's ever any doubt about what you are saying and how it will be received and construed and clipped and repeated by your very zealous / fanatical followers, leaders of men, not gender specific, allegedly. Mm. When you have the ear of the masses, error on the side of caution. Don't say things like they, meaning a segment of society as spelled out at the base of Ellis Island statue. What is the saying at the Statue of Liberty? And I always make fun of this. I had made fun of it and repeated my making fun of it several times on my the now cancel cultured face space. It says, give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest tossed to me. Tempest means storm. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. And down below it, somebody should go over there and carve in deep letters so that I can make wage and debt slaves out of them. Because that would be the truer motto of America. And tyrant them relentlessly with petty little crap like, were you spying in my yard with your drone, you silly child? The sus. Just kind of silliness. Fight amongst yourselves. Is it true? Ask yourself often. Is it true? Go to 37. Just something I saw slide by on a scrolling screen. Is it true? Mace accosted / assaulted? Questions? Marks? Plural? Nancy, that's her name, right? Nancy Mace. I'm asking the air. We are many. Yes, I did speak out loud. Is that her name? Nancy Mace. Assaulted. Allegedly. 23 hours ago. See, I did see it. She's skinny. She needs to eat. Nancy. I've never seen a picture of her like this before. I likes the skinny women's. I'm saying so, Nancy. Not in a perverted way. In a weird, I feel like I want to feed her cheeseburgers. True story. You're so skinny. You need to eat. It's not because of health. It's. Please don't have an eating disorder, Nancy Mace. You're lovely. Dude. Not even the appearance of. I know. I talk trash about her for being a ghost hollerer and her strange obsession with dudes in dresses. I said then, and I'm gonna say it again now. You guys keep your loud voices online, on the internet. Do it like I'm doing it. Sign you up for a free tube. They don't even require you to do anything extra anymore. Read a couple of the guidelines. And then get up, turn on your phone app, and go live and say whatever you gotta say. Get it out of your system like I'm trying to do. Do not harass, harangue, threaten, assault, meaning threaten, Black's Law Dictionary, or assault every other dictionary, including modern law dictionaries. Misinterpretation of battered, which means lay a touch upon. Do not do stupid to other people. Do not make them feel more afeared. Do not make them feel at all uncomfortable. I very much dislike the loud silliness and all the BS excuses. Show me a police report where a T-girl assaulted you in a bathroom. But go back to earlier. Go demand your own bathroom, Nancy. Your own private Idaho. To take your own private tinkles. You're in Congress. Approve it in the budget. You heard the president-elect. They want to make the Congress better and more efficient. Get you all your own chamber pots to go tinkle in your own tinkle closets. Or clinker. And stop looking at each other's undies under the stall wall. Or whatever the heck you're doing in them bathrooms. And stop fearing each other. It has the appearance of. But I said it before. This is the repeat. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Your suspicions do not allow for .gov to infringe upon my rights. Go see the Audit channel. Your biases, hatreds, and moronicness does not give you any reason to infringe upon not a delineated by, again, I will call it extremely low IQ necessity. The amendments, the Bill of Rights. You want to see how smart that is? You have to go back to the Constitution itself. Define people. The first three words are wrong. They don't state what they mean and mean what they say. And then go back to everything else and old Supreme Court rulings says that nothing allows anyone American to disrupt or disturb the quiet enjoyment of another. Whoever you are, man who allegedly, not even the appearance of you nor anybody else. She got herself elected. She's allowed to get up there and say whatever she wants, and you are allowed to respond to it. You can get up on your YouTubes and say, not that she is anything. I don't make any character judgment on her. But what she said and what she is pushing for with rules about bathrooms is stupid, idiotic, moronic. That one thing. I don't know anything else about her. I can't tell what brand of beverage company she likes. See, she's so good that she's not clearly sponsoring something in our Congress. Each Congress office has its own private bathroom. I personally have taught at many schools that have one bathroom and no space for anything except going potty. The sink is even outside the door. In the hallway, yep. Many, many years ago, 8 to 10 years ago, for whatever reason, because of all this ghost tranny in the bathroom crud, they ordered the doors be taken off the bathrooms at the local high school to me. There is a wall of mirrors. So now all of a sudden, every time I've been there, there's been 5 or 6 guys and men, or 10, or 20, all crowded together at a certain spot in the hallway where you can look at the daggone mirror and see the girls' feet under the stall doors with their little undies around their ankles. But guys, have you seen public bathroom floors? The girls don't drop trowel like you do, you idiot dudes. I don't know what the problem is with people, but they're hoping to catch the soccer team changing their clothes or some nastiness. And somehow, the whole school, including adult women, who I'll say, well, they must be lesbian women who get off on underage girls. Because how can anybody walk in there and say, you took the door off the girls' bathroom for their own safety? And no one here complains about it? And all the girls are hopping on one foot or the other because they're talking about, I ain't going in there to pee. Look at all them guys standing in the hallway. It's insane, mammy. And I said before on the stream, I'm going to say again. The bill that the North Carolina legislature passed, doesn't matter that it said on the last page in the last line, that anybody who doesn't agree with this or feel comfortable with this shall be afforded a single use or single occupancy or single person use restroom. They had a final out, But it didn't matter because the first 300 million words of it was all about the stuff. The point of this latest repeat, rehash, re-rant, and it popped back in my mind because I saw the headline this morning. Is it true? Allegedly, yes. No matter how vile or whatever, and all of your totality of thinking, if you're simple-minded and you think that according to your book of teachings, nothing that can come out of a person's mouth can come out of it unless it is deep within their heart. You internet in general, go look it up. So even if that is just the tip of her iceberg of total insensitivity, personal biases, that's the correct way to say it, against something that she's afraid of. She's entitled to it, just like you are. Leave her alone. I would hope that some kind of Capitol Police at least pepper sprayed the dude. Start teaching an example, Capitol Police. Remember J6. I guess I have to look it up. George ain't here to help me. And there, George. One of your dash R's that I ragged on previously. I'm making much ado. I really don't know if I want to read. My wife's son used to call this the Communist News Network. Sorry, CNN. True story. Added more spices to my fruitcake mix. Smells yummy in here. Cloves. Did you put some cloves in there? Let's look at the AP. I'm afraid to read the CNN because somehow they'll twist it. Sorry, CNN, I have bias. I may go back and look later. Wow. Nancy Mace. Are you okay? You very nice looking. Don't take this wrong. Do take it wrong. But I like the skinny women's. But ma'am, are you okay? Is this on purpose or is this health issues related? This is too skinny. In my opinion, I'm wrong. I'm objectifying the poor woman. She's already been assaulted, and here I am being a lecherous. One thing this Congress story tells us is that people who do not know someone should mind their own business and not let others get them all head up. CNN, I never read or listened to them. A person accused of accosting U.S. Rep. Nancy Mason, Capitol Office Building, pleaded not guilty on Wednesday to a misdemeanor assault charge. Witnesses told police that James McIntyre, 33, everybody leave him alone. He's to have his days in court, of Chicago, shook Mace's hand in an exaggerated and aggressive manner after approaching a South Carolina Republican in the Rayburn House Office Building on Tuesday evening, according to a police affidavit. This will go back to what I was saying earlier. All of you Congresses, all of your staffs, all of your hallways, what the hell have you been doing since January 6th? Why are there not cameras everywhere? Every cop. I don't think I ever finished my statement earlier. Everybody who calls themselves cop in America should be equipped with wraparound body cameras. that they cannot turn off in any way. And if you don't like it, then don't be a cop. U.S. Congress, make it so. Any department that won't audio and video record their officers for every minute they're on the shift and leave it all out in the open for the entire public to review, let alone a federal independent civilian review commission, then don't give them any federal money. Tell them, well, you want to be one of them old-fashioned American tyrant corrupt cop agencies? Do it on your own. But no, the U.S. DOJ and the FBI are coming, and they're going to catch you bad cops. And you swore an oath, and we'll charge you with treason. And go ask Donald Trump what the penalty for that is. One thing that's kind of a story. Oh, I read that one. I'm still thinking about spicy. I don't care for a fruitcake. One thing I did make sure got moved in my 911 move from dumb tyrants stealing my property is that in 1995, a customer client became a friend of mine, gave me a fruitcake for Christmas. Might have been 94. It had been a long time. Rip Linwood Wooten, CPA. Witnesses told police that James McIntyre, 33, of Chicago, shook Mace's hand in an exaggerated, aggressive manner, according to a police affidavit. Yes, close. Yay! Mace, who was identified only by her initials in a court filing, posted a string of social media messages about the incident. She said she was physically accosted at the Capitol, and she thanked President-elect Donald Trump for calling her Wednesday morning to check on her condition. I'm going to be fine just as soon as the pain and soreness subside, Mace wrote. Mace declined to be treated by a paramedic after her encounter with McIntyre, who was arrested Tuesday by the Capitol Police, the affidavit says. Mace told police that McIntyre said trans youth serve advocacy, whatever that means, while shaking her hand. And then they go on to the last month. See? Whatever. This does not justify your hate, Nancy Mace. Your ruthless, mean girl hate towards poor Sarah McBride still does not deserve anybody mistreating you in any way other than to call you hateful and stupid. A magistrate judge ordered McIntyre's release. Efforts to reach an attorney for McIntyre were immediately successful. Nancy Mace. You have reaped to the wind, ma'am. No, sowed. You have sowed into the wind. Please, Capitol Security and everybody else, and all of her specials, and anybody's specials, and Secret Services and FBI, make sure that the deranged aren't plotting worse than squishing her little fingers. Get a body camera. You and everybody else in Congress get rid of one of your staffs and buy yourselves body cameras. Reduce your pay, your own Congress pay. You're all overpaid. Reduce your pay to minimum wage and make mandatory equipment so that if you become accosted or any other daggone thing in our building post January 6, 2021, there is video and audio footage of it, because this is the Dean repeats himself stream. Because get cameras put up in those hallways everywhere by the gazillions. I have spicy ginger coming someday. Me and the wife women's gonna eat it. Because if it isn't, sorry for the double quotes, I'm holding the shift key, written down, star, 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 it did not happen. Ask everybody that knows me. No, can't use those. I gotta go back and review this carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4 equals recorded, especially video, that can be viewed in its totality and or objectively. Because if it isn't written down, it did. No, wait. It is the old he said, she said garbage that is not supposed to be admissible. It doesn't matter how many witnesses you had. Why would you refuse medical treatment and refuse them the ability to document even your pain, and then go whine about it on your social media, thereby proving you didn't have any pain in that hand? Or, if not proving it, calling it into question. Does it have the appearance of? Is it impeachable? Is it questionable? Beyond a shadow of a doubt. Because I'm already asking myself, if he hurt your little handy hand, how the hell did you issue out a, what did they call it? And again, they're probably biased because they probably shouldn't have said it that way. A string. And that's funny to a computer nerd because all text in a computer is called a string. A string of social media messages about it. Well, if your poor hand was so hurt, you probably should have got that documented and run around in front of the news cameras. Come on, politics, PR people. Why are you allowing my Congress to be embarrassed this way? By me? You're supposed to put an ice pack on her hand and make her run around and say, he hurt my little handy hand, my digits. You must have gotten that message in my work orientations. It says, file the complaint form within 24 hours. If it is not written in the log within 24 hours, it did not happen. If it is not written now on the now, especially in 2024, don't string your social media messages. Maybe I'm wrong, but don't have the United States Congress Public Relations Office contact Washington AP and say, we need a clarification. Let's see, are there any? That would be no. Efforts to reach an attorney for McIntyre weren't immediately successful. Oh, that's the guy. If that's what he identifies as. See how quickly it's a revolving wheel. It did not happen. Exactly. We're going to be done with that. I'm tired of that. Except that here we go again. The only other caveat to what I said is caveat. Caveat is a word. I said if her socials were videos, then I am truly sorry, Nancy Mace. If she wasn't working the hands on the social media postings, then I apologize. But it has the appearance of it can be questioned, it can be impeached, it can be doubted, which will go back to something else. I had a lawyer for keeping those records for 25 years. It was actually easy. Not one complaint was ever filed or alleged against us, and we were a horse project. Yep. The trick of it is, and I've talked about this before, I don't know that I've talked about it on live. I know I've said it so many millions and millions and millions, not probably not that many, tens of thousands of times in my classes to law enforcement, police officers, security, private security, and businesses in terms of this all comes to civil and criminal liability and real world liability. Be very careful what you say and do around somebody. They might have had their limit and punch your teeth down your throat for it. That's real world liability. If you're private sector, you might just get fired for it. That's just your job. If you get fired from your job, you're going to run right out and get another higher paying job? Probably not. Some do. They say, you see, blah, blah, blah. And then Dean will say, yeah, because only evil and wicked are rewarded in this world. You prove nothing to Dean. The world and these things are going around and around and around ad infinitum, ad nauseam. The Nancy Mace thing. Anybody who's got any kind of crap, everybody on January 6, 2021, realize what you did was wrong. Get out loud and proud and tell next generation, no, what I did was wrong. I accept my responsibility. I saw another headline today, and I'm not looking that back up. Some more garbage where everybody's trying to blame shift and blame shame and make some to do about poor having a mental health crisis, as far as I previously understand, who I rudely and offensively call silly, Silli, Ashley Babbitt. In her death lies a giant lesson for every one of us on earths. And if you can't learn from that, then shut up about it. Everything that comes out your mouth is stupid and proves you the imbecile. She is just another one of exactly like the guy on the subway of we honestly, truly, factually, objectively, not only don't care about each other, hate each other. Same old thing, going around and around and around. Ask yourself, in all these things, is this the 100% best idea for what I should be doing or saying right now? And I have said before, I don't think I have said it in this particular place or in the ear space. Here's a lesson that stuck from my mother. I have no doubt who used to say this to me as a child and express its importance. She said basically along these lines: when you're thinking about doing a thing or getting in the middle of doing a thing, ask yourself, do I want this to be on the front page of the Los Angeles Times tomorrow? See, I do remember something, Elizabeth. And no, I probably didn't quote it exactly correctly, how exactly correctly she said it, but it stuck. The idea stuck. Whatever you're doing right now, do you want it to be on YouTube live as it's happening? Or other streaming services and platforms and social medias? In the case of the United States Congress, yes. I want all the cameras live feeding, live onto the internet at all times. And the VODs, which means video on demand, or just videos that have been stored, available to everybody 24/7. And if you don't like being under the eye of the United States public and the public of the entire world, then don't run for my Congress. Get out. Go away. I'll go up there and do whatever as long as I don't have to deal with 700 of you criminals and liars and thieves and corrupteds and corruptors and scumbags and what is the villainous whatever from Star Wars? Star Wars quote. I think it was Ben Kenobi that said it. Villainy? Oh, there it is. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. They meant Mos Eisley, I believe. My secret decoder ring tells me he meant Washington, D.C. Just kidding, George Lucas. I don't know anything. He meant Mos Eisley. Except for the Cantina musicians. Those guys were nothing. Those guys are great. That's all Washington is. Any of you very, very naive people that think you're going to make a difference and change things from within in Washington, D.C., get prepared. Somebody open your eyes before you get there and find yourself woke up in a compromising situation with lots of cameras sparkling around you. All right. And what that comes down to, especially when you held yourself out for an office, means advertisers and claimed you could be in an office high in the land and you call yourself leader. I've babble mouthed before about people standing behind you doesn't make you a leader. It makes them smarter than you because you're their bullet sponge and more afraid than you. They will vote their fall guy. So how do you know if it's 100% the best idea for what I should be doing or saying right now? Because does it even even give anyone any opening at all to make you look wrong or the fool for it? Question mark. The other one has to be a question mark. See previous conversations about they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, they're eating the pets, these people. And then not being able to provide one iota or scrap or proof, except for you can bring thousands of your own zealous contributors, gifters, money providers, and you can do no wrongers up there squalling about how they heard somewhere else, like Sean Hannity's. No offense, sir. I don't know whether you repeated it or not. I'm sure you did. Say and show some snippet of some video. I don't believe there's any video of a dude with a goose. It doesn't matter if there was. The one something or other somebody carrying turned out to be many cities away and taken entirely out of context. And I'll always say, and then go back to, and Giuliani's in trouble for it again. He's going to go to jail for inability to stop robotically repeating. Maybe he's a victim of the MK Ultra. Okay. Threat of imprisonment. 2 days ago, he keeps repeating the same lie that got him in court in the first place. He destroyed the lives of those two poor women, got them death threatened, got them everything else. I don't care what anybody says about there is no sense at all for some crap that some guy made up. It's a 95-year-old white woman volunteer who was unable to safely go and do her white woman volunteering local to whatever Ohio town that was that they all ran their mouths about because of all the threats and the closings and the everything else. So does it make, in my eyes, Donald J. Trump look the a-hole fool because he just doesn't care about a single 95-year-old who volunteers for 10 hours a day trying to help her fellow man, not for fame and fortune. Now she cannot because people are threatening her. Then somebody go take a grown-up class in, should I be saying these things? Should I be allowed to get away with it? Just be glad you live in your world and Dean just suffers in it. Can he calls it hell? Because no, the answer is no. What's that bull crap about the least amongst you? The 95-year-old ladies who volunteer 10 hours a day? "95-year-old volunteer, Ohio." Threats. Put it in the news. Look in the news. Threats after pets eating accusations. Here's one at Slate from September. Here's another one. Threats. Mayor declared a state of emergency and shut down 30 bomb threats. I said the other day, I say it again, these people appear very biased. You do, Yahoo. Do you, Yahoo? You do, Yahoo. Debunked claims. But I think it was the Slate article. I don't want to click it because I don't know who their advertisers are. It might show up. So are you going to cause chaos, havoc, fear, discomfort? Is what you're saying edifying, especially you people that run around thumping on your Bibles? It's another saying from the Bible. Is this edifying? You better hope your Bible's wrong and that every idle word won't be accounted for. I'll see you at my house. Nancy Mace. No, you didn't deserve somebody squooshing your little digits. Dude. Bring the receipts, which means something written down. Photos, videos, carefully vetted recordings. This is all the loop around in your words have consequences. Because all the same ones who are shrieking and reeing and jumping up and down. See, not even the appearance of regarding SCOTUS immunity. It had to do with very earlier this morning or yesterday, me thinking again about the we win, you lose, nobody can win. They talk out of both sides of their mouth, New Yorkers, about how their justice system is perfect when it finds Donald Trump guilty of 34 derivative work felonies. But this other guy got not guilty and this system is no good. That they shout how to Donald Trump his words supposedly have very heavy consequences. But their words don't mean anything. They have a First Amendment, but he don't. I can't find it. And I see the chat moving. Let's get the chat up. Get me back on target. A friend used to hold those posters and scream and wave the Bible at women in Planned Parenthood. Then her well-wanted baby died. The day before birth was expected, the fetus did not expel. She had to go to one of the clinics that removed fetus remains at Planned Parenthood. She had to run the gauntlet of the self-righteous. Has on the subject since then does not go out harassing people at clinics that also treat women with deadly cancers and deal. Yep. Yes. Why does that? And that again goes to the whole hypocrisy and duality. The duality of man. The Jungian thing, sir. Whatever that war movie was, 1986. Full Metal Jacket. We are looping, we are repeating. That's what will happen. We will do it again and again and again. We will do it again tomorrow, or the next day, or the next day, and tomorrow, tomorrow, tomorrow. So, all of you government buffoons, because that's what I truly believe of you, go back and see my other stream. If the founder, here's your chance to help make YouTube better. Get started with a quick survey. No, thank you. Free audios. I got that on screen. I'm ready. In case I need to take a longer break, I can audio with my girl on the screen. What did I come here for? Just that fast, I forgot. The world keeps going around is a cheap trick song. I dare not venture off onto the right down the street from where myself and my brother went to high school / college. It was a combo unit. It was trade school, college, and high school for a 5-year program. You were supposed to get a high school diploma and an associate in arts or science at the end of 5 years. Just a couple of blocks away was one of those A-word clinics, they calls them, as if nothing else is done there. And this is one of those seriously, I don't know what you call it, surreal, before things turn utterly unreal. A-word clinic, a couple, I don't remember how many, might be a few, a couple or few blocks from the Catholic / Franciscan Brotherhood all boys school. And this is the odd of it. Itty of it. Those violent protesters too much, and the good Christian women's, the good puritanicals in their floor-length woolen tater sack dresses with their fussy frilly collars and their hair up in tight buns, smacking poor women who had to go to the Planned Parenthood's in Los Angeles. I don't know where the heck everybody else is from. I don't know what it is. I don't care. It's none of my business. I never had to go to one. I mean, me. They don't serve my kind there. I could go there and get condoms, but I could always afford my own. Thanks. Because there was so much, even if it was Catholics, which Catholics discourage that because they said, if you create that kind of violent animosity towards Christians, especially Catholics, that could become a world-changing thing. They were very severe about the politics of what Catholics may and may not do. They rule with an iron fist with the condemnation of Hades and the fiery eternal afterlife or oblivion as a promise for you messing up church doctrine. Because there was so much violence and hate at the entranceway, they had a little waist-high fake iron fence around the place back then in the 80s, early 80s. early to mid. Boys at the all-boys school, I know, now we have to call them fine young men if they identify that way. Unaged male, blah, blah, you schoolboys. And we were assured that we were the biggest, strongest men's ever existed in ourselves. We had to wear business casual attire at the school. Some kind of goofy, like an academic man's coat. I don't remember if ties were required, but most people wore a tie because if you're going to wear a button down shirt and that silly coat over it and slacks, pants, and shiny leather shoes, you might as well wear the tie. You're that deep in it. Those of a certain physical presence. Not as punishment, as a something to do for the church that they felt was important for the neighborhood of the church and the school, and to learn a life lesson is to go stand around and deter violence. Get in between so-called other Christians slapping people with their signs and spraying them with pepper sprays and the same fake red substance that all the hippies threw on everybody's fur coats. All through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, they were still throwing those fake blood-looking red stuffs on poor young women or whoever. They might have had a cyst or a polyp, or some other thing like a really, really bad period, or maybe they needed some birth control pills because their uncle kept humping them in the night. These are all poor, just people that went to that clinic for its many, many, many services. If they were coming or going for the A word, it was nobody else's business. So that's what the Catholic school Franciscan Brotherhood made us do. Is you were not allowed to speak. You weren't allowed to have an opinion. Just go down there, you big bunch of large, fine young men, gentlemen. Everything was gentlemen at that school. I'm purposely not naming it here because I'm talking about it. I guess I could because this is kind of a good thing they did. It was Don Bosco Technical Institute. Depending on whose map you look at, it's in either Montebello or Rosemead, I think. Just shouting it out for what it was, not giving any recommendations or negative connotations one way or the other. It's where I went. It's something they didn't ask. They voluntold us that we had to go do it, and it builds character. It helped us learn. If we didn't already learn it and know it. That you can, by your presence, see the police and security and everything else training. The first thing on the use of force continuum is your presence. It can deter whatever. And a whole bunch of well uniformed, well dressed, collared shirts, proper haircuts, same colored pants, button down shirts, maybe ties, and those silly academic professor's coats with little patches on the elbow. Looks like you should have a pipe in the pocket. Standing around providing a corridor or a buffer. People are really brave when it comes to smacking a 14-year-old girl with a big wooden sign. They ain't so brave when they're facing, the high school / college football team. Now all of a sudden they're just yelling louder. Security/LE use of, I'm not supposed to use law enforcement. Use of force continuum. Stop. Presence. Character building activities in this life. It was a good thing. Led to other difficult things. Now I must go vent beverage. And refill the beverage cups. We've done Silent Night twice. Let's do Deck the Halls. That's right. We're doing all that Christmas music. I am back. I saw some chats came in. Read the chats. If all public schools demanding parents. Oh, I missed something. Something I liked about that school was the parents had to serve Saturday work days with their sons. I truly thank you both. Never had to do a Saturday. But I like the concept and orientation. If all public schools demanded parents to do Saturday time with their kids all over the city, it would end a lot of foolishness, and private school kids caught out damaging the city could do the Saturdays with their parents as well. We found kids who had to sand off and then paint graffiti off walls and sidewalks, and cars were not going to do it again. Yum, fruitcake. We're going to keep going back to the fruitcakes. Not a derogatory word for whatever. a real live, proper Christmas holiday fruitcake. Which I was just thinking while away and leaving the other thing, and George asked about it the other day. No, I don't want to search across my channel. I want to search in the audio library. Hello, YouTube? Hello? 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 YouTube. I need to search the audio. Is it dreidel, dreidel, dreidel? That would be funny. There are many pages. There are 1,520 usable songs right here in the YouTube. I got more. And I was, oh, all right, let me slap myself on the hand. Let me admit slash confess. And there I just went and did it. To me. Because I am not into the old or the new country music. There's Johnny Cash and there's nothing else. If you say country music, that's what I hear. Johnny Cash. Okay, yeah. Country music is great. Then you mention anything else? Oh no, you use your words incorrectly. That's not country music. It's not Johnny Cash. Off of that silliness of my own. Other than country music, there are 3 useful radio stations in my, let's say, locality. To me. There are many that many other people around here enjoy. They got their R&Bs and their raps and their many Christian radio station kind of things that I call howling wounded animal stuff. Sorry, I don't mean to offend. I've said it to many. And I have met many Christian, especially the Christian rock and rollers. Somewhere I have a CD I got at a local small church, invited by a friend to go check out this. Man, it's a Christian band. It's like a death metal band, speed metal. It's like straight up worse than Metallica. It's like a Pantera for Jesus. It's fantastic. And they made a little CD way back about 2001 or 2000. And then they vanished. I've searched the Google bars and searched everything, and I'm going to keep trying to find them and get permission. But one day I might just rip that bad boy and upload it on my YouTube channel. Because if you don't know the lyrics, you would think, wow, it's like the Pantera or whatever, all those. I don't even know all the names. And rip that guy. That was the favorite band of a friend of mine. And is that the singer that got the axe? Yes. Dimebag Darrell. Somebody ran into the nightclub, I think. Nathan Gale also KIA'd 3 others before being shot and KIA'd by a police officer. Yeah. A poor, disturbed young person ended unalived. That was a long time ago, '04. But all Pantera-like, all speed metal or super heavy. That's how that band was from Once Upon a Time. Super heavy duty rock and roll. But anyway, yes, the 3 local radio stations starting on Thanksgiving Day, and one now has started on November 1st, the day after Halloween. Convert to round the clock Christmas music. Yay for them, I guess. But boo for me, because I don't have all those gizmos and devices and gadgets and Bluetooth and all this other stuff. I have an old vehicle. It has a CD player in it. I've never tried it. I just listen to what we call terrestrial, which means dirt. But that's what they call local, short distance, high frequency or frequency mode FM radio stations. We don't have any useful amplitude mode stations around here. So out of 3 that I will listen to sort of sometimes, 2 go into Christian music mode. And while driving last night, I forgot and I pushed the button and it was the same old stuff, decking the halls and shalalas and everything else. And I probably said some cuss words and turned the radio back off. And there I went and did it to you, internets. That's okay. I slapped my own hand and I admitted I should be more sensitive. Maybe everybody out there on internet is as kooky as I am about had about enough of this Christmas starts in October madness. Wonder what a California king is. I don't know. I'm not going to listen to it. There was something else I was going to move on to. Went to the baño. No ghost trannies there. I was safe. I marked myself safe from the ghost trannies in the bathroom. Jason Bourne movie. Man, it was so bad it was bad. Just like a whole montage of all the previous Jason Bourne movies, excluding the good parts. Gosh, no screechy tires and revving engines galore. Computers that go blee blah 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 blee blah. Satellites that see through roofs and 20 stories of a building to the first floor. It's horrifying. Except for Julia Stiles. So many hearts, not creepy. Talked about a movie with her in it the other day where I discovered 10 things I hate about you. Julia Stiles and Heath Ledger, rip. Where I found out, wow, he has a really thick accent, or had in his first big movie role. Where is he? Where'd you from? He was from Australia. And the world goes round and round. Not even the appearance of impropriety. I don't know if I can get off on that next topic. I had other things I had wanted to say. I keep realizing I'm talking quieter and quieter. I see the little black bar slides across the screen, following and chasing the green or yellow or sometimes red. And if I lean up just right, George says, if I talk with my throat close to the microphone and slow down and really do it, wow, your voice got deeper. But that's very hard for me to maintain. The robot vacuum. Again! MIO means mother-in-law. We don't have papers on each other yet. But whatever. Been together 97 to 24, whatever that is. 27 years. We don't need no thinking papers. Nope. Oh, children's chopsticks. No roux. Let's talk about children's chopsticks. Looking for next remembered children's chopsticks. And then the chats came in and I'll get distracted. But I wrote a note. That's okay, I watch Hallmark Christmas since July and listen to the cable channel of Christmas and other holiday music. Heath was good in that 10 Things movie, but Knight's Tale was my favorite. Yeah, George said the other day that he didn't like Knight's Tale at all, and I really liked it. I really did. I think the bad people got him caught up in their silliness, and it killed him. Sad for his child, JD gave her money to be saved for college or career someday down the road. Children's chopsticks. Remember, you two could catch flies with them, and actually, well, Tim could. I could not. Or if I did, when I got, there are things that I could did before getting the head kicked in or smashed into the pavement and installed that I could not did ever again. And no matter how hard I try, I can still do that whirl the pen thing that Yasukatsu Kudo. Rip. Kudo-san. I miss him. But he had already passed away, so I, looking back on his Facebook, occasionally brought me a smile. But I'll live. I guess. Like even if I made a new Facebook with a new fake email account, I couldn't go back and be friends with him on Facebook because he is unalived. I know. It's my own fault. I should have known the future and the past and everything else and all the possibilities that the AI could possibly see wrong with me. Or some damn politician. Even my local ones. Still unaddressed. Whining and complaining to the big company. Saying, we'll not give you some advertising money if you keep that Mo Ron up there. Oh, well, he never gave us no advertising money, so I am. Yep. For now, I'm pretty sure it's 25 years complete now. And either today or 2 days ago, I forgot to ask when I was there last. My local Chinese place. I've discussed other places. Maybe other places, other live streams I have probably mentioned. My local Chinese place. I believe they opened in 1999. So it's probably been 25 years. Different owners with the same basic name. It's very odd. Unrelated. Not related. As far as I can remember, I have never been able to operate the chopstick. I can still do the twirl, and I can do it on a Japanese exchange student who became friend, even though he was much older than me and my brother and stuff like that. He was in college when I was 11 or 10. But we remained friends and friendly all throughout life until he passed away. He taught us all kinds of neat Japanese stuff, including twirling a pen around your thumb and catching it back like you were going to write with it. You start like you're going to write with it, and you do this little flick of your fingers, and it will swirl like a baton around your thumb, and then you can just catch it and go back to writing with it. I can still do that with both hands. I cannot use a chopstick to pick up anything, stab it right through it. It's a one-prong fork. His birthday posts on FB from time to time. I still have all those gifts from the students, and we had student teachers from Japan while I was at Pacific Oaks. He was a good friend, and he was a good mentor to a little dude, and he taught me lots of just the way he learned to translate it. He would say, I want to play judo with you. And judo, wrestling, blended, combined would ensue. And then he one day laughed and laughed and laughed and told me to put on some shorts. And he said, do you want to learn sword? And I said, oh gosh, yes, I want to be a ninja, and I want to be a this, and I want to be a that. Samurai warrior. I want to learn sword. And he said, oh, you must learn kendo. And everybody has their new, different, modern variants of what that stuff means to them. And I do know I left my girl up in the background, and it says edit semi behind my yin yang, but I kind of like the dark look as opposed to the blue. Le bleu. Let's put girl away. There's the blue. I'll go back to dark mode later. Kendo. Practice sword. Images. Oh, this is also silly. Let's try. Check this out. Japanese. Bamboo. No, it's split bamboo. Split bamboo. The training sword. Where is it? There it is. This thing. It's a pair of Kendo Shinai or Shinai. Kendo Shinai katana. This is called dried and split bamboo. When you are struck with these things, that split opens up and takes a sliver of your skin off the depth and strength of the split opening. It rips it from your body. Holy smokes. When the world famous Yasukazu Kudo asked about a 12 or 13-year-old me, oh, you want to learn a sword? Oh, yeah, a samurai warrior. I know the way of the warrior, Sun Tzu. He handed me one of those, and he had one of those. And we both had shorts and t-shirts on. And then he said, defend yourself. And suddenly, I had a tatter on from where my t-shirt used to live, and pink seeping skin all over my body. No kata and forms and all this other stuff. And that's how I learned to play kendo. And he said that's how he learned from his father and from his first sensei of sword, which wasn't called sensei, his first sword teacher. And so that's how I was going to learn, just like I had learned judo. You see, he didn't know. He had no clue on this earth, being from the mainland, the Empire of the Sun. In America, we have this very lawyerly. We're all lawyers, and we have this idea that, well, if it's just studying the movements and the words, we'll call it a do, like judo. But if we're actually going to do some practical, we'll call it a jitsu or an itsu. Well, apparently they haven't taught this English to the Japanese, or this Japanese to the Japanese, because when Kudo said kendo, not kenjutsu, or judo, not jujitsu, he meant one of us is going to wake up hurt and or having blacked out or been choked out. Oh my gosh. Yep, true story. Children's chopsticks. I still haven't got to the children's chopsticks. Went off on the judo, kendo, kudo. That was the family name. Tangent. Back to children's chopsticks. And I wanted to have pictures ready, but I didn't took pictures yet, and I didn't know if it is a copyright thing and the Chinese people would get in trouble. Dog with a paw for a badge on its police hat. I thought, because I haven't seen it, I've heard, yes, there it is, Paw Patrol. I've heard of this thing called Paw Patrol. I don't know what it is exactly. One of my children's chopsticks, and what it is basically a long-legged clothespin. But instead of being a clothespin, the part that might pinch your clothes to the line is hidden inside a little rubber animal figure. And instead of having 4 legs or whatever, it has 2 incredibly long chopstick legs. You squeeze them shut, it automatically reopens itself like a clothespin. And it is just the neatest thing to me. I love it. I bought 2 pairs. When I first saw them, they had one that had a kangaroo. And it was purple. A purple kangaroo sitting up there with chopsticks growing out of its butthole, but that's okay. We're not going to discuss that. I said, man, I got to get back over there. I was waiting for my, it comes from an original 1930s Little Rascals, where the guy that was keeping the orphanage for all the little rascals to live in kept saying, I'm waiting for my railroad check to come in, or I'm waiting for my pension check to come in. They couldn't have anything until his check came in. Well, I was waiting for my E-engine Tensino check to arrive so I could go have some monies and buy a thing. Got down to the seeds and stems, my uncles used to say. Both of them, 2 of them. One real, one foster dash uncle. We're down to the seeds and stems. I guess somebody knows what that means. Be quiet, my brother. Well, anyway, I really wanted that kangaroo children's chopstick. By the next day, when I had converted my e-digits to cash monies exchangeable at your local Chinese place, my kangaroo was gone, as I knew it would be. She doesn't know when they'll have more, which led to another funny story. But anyway, I got a little blue doggy that has a paw on his policeman's hat. Children's chopsticks. And heck, I forget what the other one is. It's something. I have them nearby. Yes, that is definitely a Paw Patrol. I'm sure it's licensed. It is a purple giraffe. And this one, the giraffe at least, has really long giraffe leg purple wooden chopsticks. And it's still in its original plastic. That's why if you hear crinkling, that's me playing with my children's chopsticks. And one day I'm going to buy spares that I can actually use. Children's chopsticks. And try to eat something with children's chopsticks. The funny story, and I told about these crazy half lingual Chinese friends of mine before. I will tell them again. When discussing the kangaroo chopsticks that I wanted, and I told the lady owner, proprietor, mother of the children that are my children and hers and her husband's. They are my boys, my kids. They're my peoples. I said something about when would you have some more kangaroo chopsticks? And so she spoke to her son in Chinese, and he spoke to her back in sort of Chinese. He's not very good at Chinese. He's not very good at English. He's not bilingual. He's half lingual, sort of. 2/3 lingual in 2 languages, and oft confused. So he finally got her to understand, sort of, what is a kangaroo. But when she asked about in plain English, what is kangaroo, and she didn't even loo it, she didn't L the R. She said, what is a kangaroo? I said, it's a big Australia, oh no, it's a big animal from Australia. So then we got talking about this and that, and she was over there trying to cook orders of Chinese foods and Door Dashers and all these other things, phone call orders. And then she started loud. She's a very loud person. Little tiny birdie with a great big song. So she was loud Chinesing her son, and he was busy typing stuff on his computer. And then I asked him when she took a pause in the action, what is she going on about this time? And he said she wants to know what an Australia is. True story. A 29-year-old Chinese origin USA citizen she's not 29, she's like 48, but women. She's 29. Asked, what is an Australia? She didn't ask Ann. She said his best translation is what is Australia? She was hung up on that. The problem with life going at you in all those directions and you being the son and 2/3 lingual in 2, but not fully lingual in either. it never occurred to him to pull up a map of something of the world or of Australia on the internet and show her. He was looking at it himself and trying to explain it to her, and apparently they don't teach, or at least didn't, in the time she was over there and went to school and then got out of there, escaped, and came here and became a citizen here. They have no concept, and her husband he's a couple of years older than her. And it was another one of those, like last month's amazing episode of they don't know what a racist is. They know what the concept or idea of a bigot or a sexist or a anti-trans is. A homophobe. They know all those things. They learn them here in America from two kids growing up and going to America schools. But somehow, and they had some of her nieces and nephews live with them and go to school here for 3 or 4 years. And somehow the adults never caught on that there is other than America and China on all of Earth. It's mind-boggling. And the husband thought many, many years ago that Puerto Rico was part of Mexico. But we fixed that many, many years ago. And the only reason he knew about Puerto Rico is because when he first ever came to America, he went first, for whatever reason, they sent him to Puerto Rico first. She came straight to New York. Madness. What is Australia? What is this Australia you speak of? And it makes me giggle because it's one of the memes or jokes of the EFAP movie channel that I talk about all the time. That one of the stars of the show, his name is Fringy. We don't need that. We need this one. EFAP. There he is. This little green guy in the cloak or hood is called Fringy. 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 And he's from Australia. So everybody always jokes that there is no Australia. The earth is flat. Australia is a disinformation campaign. It's just a joke. It's a meme thing up in that space. So when she real world asked, what is in Australia, I thought, oh, it's a, it's a, it's a, it's a, it's like a whole nother country. Had good average view duration on the last video, I think. Is that the last one? Yes, that's the last one. Number 15. This is number 16. Had less views than the other ones, but more duration of viewing. These are the trade-offs. Was trying to explain it to my women, my womans, my wee mans, wee moans. The other day, how all of that algorithm stuff works and how it all has to be taken into consideration. Oh, that reminds me. That's another thing. Didn't get on the list because that's what she was asking about. 04, 12, 05, please. Go watch my horse videos. Like, subscribe. Bell thingy. Like fringy, but with a thing in front. Got to keep the views up. And then I have to go to my content, my playlist. Click on something, videos, analytics. Don't want to watch it. Options. Get a shareable link. Copy to the clipboard. Playlist. Blam. The clinic playlist. There's 2 other horse videos. I'm not going to put links up in there. Back to my videos saying, I need more views. I need more likers. I need more subscribers. Hey, when you go to sleep, put it on autoplay with your whole system muted. I don't know if it counts it. Their robots are pretty smart. But go check out Sue Like Belly Rubs. I still don't know why it's getting so poorly ratioed. How could you not like a goofy old horse making slobber mouth when they're tickle bellied? And little baby Phoenix, not ratioed. He was what's called a medicine hat paint. And you can go see. I didn't make this up. It's not new era. That's my voice in a 5-minute. I think the horse was 2 days old when we made this. March 2-day old. Yep. I uploaded it for some friends. This comes off my horse tape. It's a old VHS tape. That I used all the fancy stuff.
When you go.
Hey, wait, why does that one have ads? This is the first time I've ever seen an ad on a video on my stream. Whoa. I'm going to put a thumb on it. Bam. We must be getting somewhere. That means, please, 650 more people sign up and I will be eligible for revenue based on those ads. I'm sorry, Tube, I didn't know. Mute. I'm unable to move this appropriately. Underage sale is prohibited. Go ad. Now go away ad. Then we go here ad. That was me once upon a time. Echo is a lawnmower, whatever. A medicine hat paint is an all-white horse except for its little brown splotchy paint on its head, forehead, and ears. This poor horse was born to a died-in-childbirth mother on the leap year day of 2000. The year 2000. Friends, Debbie and Bradley, adopted him. We imprinted, I believe is what they call it. Is that what we call it? Teaching the baby horses how to do grown-up horse stuff from day one, like wear their little halters. She'll answer eventually. She's making tasty, wonderful. I forgot what. But anyway, in this video, let the ads play, please. Let it play all the way through. And then the other one with the rubbing the horse belly. But you can hear my voice was just as bad back then. Probably better. Some things don't get better with age. Unless you work at them, which I have not. Yes, imprinted. I'm sure there's probably now that's found offensive, but I don't stay up to date on those terminologies. Basically, do everything you're going to do with your baby horse the first opportunity you can that doesn't make the mother kick her little baby and bite it and drive it away because she thinks it's your baby, not hers. Mama horses will do that. She'll be like, well, if you're going to take care of the baby, then I'm going to go do mama horse stuff. Not because they're mean, because that's how they do. I used to hear rumors about, don't mess around with bird nests because if you put your stink on, your scent or your oils on their eggs or worse, their babies, they would unalive or toss those things out of the nests or peck them up and let the siblings eat them. I don't know if it's true. I'm not even looking it up. It's just an old legend I heard when I was very small. To leave the baby birdies in their nests alone. But with domesticated animals, you got to get them used to from minute one. Yes, Elizabeth wrote, both the mare and the foal. You have got to get in there and get that mare, especially if it's more than her first. Get the mama horse, that's what a mare is. If it's 5 years or older. I don't know what you call it. If it's 3 or 4 and you bred it too early and making babies have babies. But you've got to get in there and acclimate both to the fact that they are domesticated and humans are going to be all up in their business because it's our horse barn. It's our horse pasture. And they are our dominion animals. They don't get, if you let them go feral on you, then you're going to have a baby horse that's afraid of you and a mama horse who wants to hurt you because her baby's afraid of you, even though she's never been afraid of you. So, yep, that's more that natural horsemanship. Pat Pirelli's quote, not mine. I didn't make that up. He did. Or he trademarked it. He got using it more often. Oh, 04, 20, 40. Pat Pirelli's natural horse dash man dash ship. Tim, maybe? And imprinting or DW style conditioning from minute one, the mare, mama, and foal baby horse to work with the humans because we all have to. And that's another part. Maybe it's in the little clinic videos, maybe it's not. I still haven't taken the time I've watched movies that I said were bad, but haven't gone back and watched my own horse videos, except number 5 that I watched on its way up because there was a big delay in processing, which the only thing I can attribute the delay to is something happened at the tube servers and it got confused, or right there in the middle of that video where it delayed forever and ever and ever, and it was like 25 minutes processing before it would checking for copyright problems is what it said it was doing. I said natural horse dash man dash ship or something very similar to that, but I didn't credit Pat Pirelli with the saying. I did later go back after upload and after I had discovered that, make sure that it's in the description of the video who I took that from, cite the source. I don't know. That's just me overthinking it probably. But there, I did it correctly this time. It should be in my horse clinic videos, or maybe it was just in the rough outlines and notes that no scripts ever got written. It's just part of my stuff in teaching people how to work with their equine animals. Part of the classes or part of the part of the show is why you have to do these things and why your horse has to learn to do these things is because we all have to. Especially, and that's how I learned it, because that's your job. What you're getting paid to do is either walk next to that thing or rub a brush across that thing. Nobody told it when it went to horse school. You know, when you grow up, some guy who's never had a class or anything else is going to be scrubbing you the wrong way with the wrong brush, and it's going to bug you, but you can't bite him. Same thing. We don't get taught correctly how to work around the animals because we have to. It's more long and complicated than that, but it's one of my ancient Chinese sayings that I just made up. No offense, China. I don't mean to culturally appropriate or whatever. It's a thing that they used to say, ancient Chinese secret, an ancient Chinese recipe. The ancient Chinese secret came from some kind of television commercial in America way back in the day. I know. We're insensitive. My mare Liberty was so great with her baby Justice. I let them be together until the day Liberty said, nope, Justice was 3. Wow, that's a long time. But they both worked so well, Justice went from nothing to riding in 1 hour. She was 3 plus. That's a long time. If your baby horses aren't weaned by the time they're 3, got away from their mama, if you don't have the luxury of separating them before then, most mares are not going to put up with that more than most 18 to 24 months. I've seen mamas good and tired of their babies at 11 months. Like, oh, you're all grown up now. Go out and be in the cold all by yourself, tiny little baby. Nature can sometimes seem cruel, but nature is nature. It has survived as well as we have without houses and skyscrapers and airplanes. It's adaptable. See, these things can go lead on to edifying, important topics. Getting away from the filthy, disgusting, pulls you down denizens of whatever that Ben Kenobi quote was of Washington, D.C. and other state capitals and city halls. Oh, if only we could break politicians. I mean break, not train. Fair would be fair. When you run for office, understand that if you win the vote, we're going to pin fire your shins. Teaches you character. All of you goofy whatevers, go look it up yourself. It's called pin firing. It gets done to expensive racehorses. Liberty said, shriek and nip a little kick, and we put Justice in the paddock next door. They were perfectly happy. I promised Liberty it was up to her. Yep. Any of you who want to mock or giggle about the fact that we are not horse whisperers, we plain out talk to them. And a good friend of mine, who I saw but did not have the chance to speak to the other night, while picking up Chinese and my fabulous children's chopsticks. When she became into horses in 1997 or 98 or something, and my veterinarian friend came calling me and 911ing my pager with asterisks. You babies, look it up. And I finally answered my veterinarian friend. She said, you have got to go over to so-and-so and so-and-so's place. They bought 3 giant draft horses, and they're going to get killed. So when I got there and finally made my way to the gate around the pasture, I could hear a woman yelling and yelling and yelling and yelling and yelling all of these English words at her horse. It was not long before a phrase was born, the horse hollerer, and it stuck. And we say it with love. If you want long form content, the plan was back in 2014. It was said elsewhere. I say it again. That during the grind of making what is now just a dump load of the playlist, horse videos, the clinic. Because back then I had a 5-minute limit upload per video on my channel based on number of subscribers and length of time I'd been online, which was next to nothing. In 14, I signed up for YouTube in 14. The whole purpose was that over 10 weeks, we would once a week upload one of the horse clinic videos while spending as much time as we could muster the rest of the week, we being an army of us, making firearms and horse related videos. And then life. It happens. I do want to dig further on the Unity engine and clicking I mentioned earlier. Let's go back to that. Let's finish that up because I didn't finish that thought. Fox typo, something about, I probably didn't write it. I do need to look at that. It's something George brought up on the phone. And I'm going to take a second. I'm going to say, check CMSD car tray. Rewind, go back to the beginning, click back on the timeline, however you call it. The first 26 minutes complaining about tech. This cell phone and affiliated service provider having these SIM card errors when it is their service towers. It's very frustrating. Now I don't even remember what I was trying to do. I was trying to send Good King George a message and say, in 3 letters, caps lock U, space, OK, and a question mark, send. And it said couldn't send message. Tap here to review. Because I have no cell service, but it's telling me I have no SIM card. So let's hold the power button, restart, restart. I need to go back and make more notes, not in my show notes stuff. I have a long, detailed list of notes going into my QuickBooks bookkeeping software of every dang time this BS happens. Because it is technology frustration on toast. See, I was just trying to send a message to somebody. 3 letters and a Q mark. Searching. No SIM. And coincidentally, somebody else, I finally bumped into somebody else one day while mine was doing this. That they have I have a Smarty Pants phone with Android's operating systems in it. A manufacturer's variant, of course. And they have a flippy phone of a different manufacturer and a different flip phone OS. Both on the exact same cellular service provider network. And both of our little phones were sitting there telling us that we don't have SIM cards in our phones. And when it came back up the tower, both of us suddenly had SIM cards again. Oh, 35. 15. After tech via who is was phone frustration again. I've explained on previous streams. Go find it. You can use the transcript and search for phone. It's a sweet and easy thing. It led to great things. It helped me help me. Do you believe in destiny? Clicky stuff. Blob jet oriented programming. It's another thought I didn't finish earlier. Somewhere in the first 26 minutes, we glanced over it. Maybe it was the first 2 hours. I don't know. I don't know. The Unity engine. I believe that's the one. Let's go look it up. Because they had a sample. That's a little sim island. Let's make sure we ask it the right way. Unity engine. Sim island. Survival games Unity. A simulated island environment created using the Unity game engine where players can interact with the let's see. Show me some. Yep, that's the one. I see there's lots of discussions and all this. This is a very simple, like one level. You have a very couple of little tiny goals. It's a good introduction just watching their videos. From the Unity Asset Store. Unity is based on Unreal. I'm not sure which one of these islands it is. It looks a lot like this one and or this one, where you have a central location hub and you got to go out and mine some rocks and farm some plants and build a structure or something. But the point of the introduction and the simplicity of it, at least to an advanced programming skills kind of guy who knows how to get in there and bore it 40 over and all that jazz, is click the objects, and click the selectors, click the sliders, click the clickers. Don't get busy on your keyboard. That's not what it's for. It's designed to let non-language learned deep divers like me get functional games out into the world on multiple platforms. Go back and listen to my other stream about whether is that good, is that bad, is that ugly? I don't know. It is what it is. But the reason I want to do this on a live stream is I just want to download their engine, install it, see how that goes, and then download their little sim thing. And I have somewhere a note file of what I want to do with it. Install and do the sim island on screen, stream, and then change/improve it. I call it improve. I shouldn't say that. Change it. Mod it. Change/mod, which means modify. And let's say double parentheticals. I wrote it. I'm going to leave it there. By tab making it infinite. Only using the mouse. I'm going to try to tutor myself or teach myself how to use this thing. And the theory or the thought is every so many levels, expand the island and expand the resources and increase the goal requirement. So instead of it just being the same goals on a randomly generated, when you first load it, little spot to sim or simulate with always the same number of everything, is to grow it. Let it grow. And eventually, infinite is seriously a systems limitations thing. Because someone who really wanted to try hard or let the AI bots take it over and manipulate it could certainly run a system out of memory, or I don't know, push the limits really hard. But using this Unity engine, man, if you go look at it, they already have, you can download a full working third or first person shooter style game engine to get you started, where all you would really need is a voice actor, and you know that ain't me. And my friend BJ's offline forever. Man, if I could have got him to voice a game character. Me just being goofy. Millions of people would have bought that game just to hear his voice. Miss you, BJ. He had a very unique personality. He was always on air. And I'm not saying any of his stuff. I'll have to go get his wife's permission. But that's the idea behind messing with that. I've had ideas of without exercising my a-hole's opinion, obviously wrong, where a-holes and opinions both produce the same poo. Everybody's got one. To just do mindless sort of entertainment in sort of a test drive, see how it goes. There, my phone lit up and said, I have voicemail, and now I have service again. But it sure as heck doesn't say anything about missed messages or missed calls. See, it's important, especially when you have elderly around you, that your phone be semi-reliable. But nature of technology, I guess if I really wanted a reliable phone, I'd have two. One is none. Two is one. Some of us say in the G words or the flashlights industry. Zzz. And now I have to find something. Let's do California King. That's me. I'm the king of California. But they kicked me out from bail bonds. Play. And then I will be right back. Welcome me back. Kind of digging the reggae, or raga, or the Rastafari, or whatever you want to call it. The gong fire. Mood is happy. Pretty cool. Let's get back where we are. Where are we? 04. 57. Thank you. Elizabeth said in the chat, welcome back. I made it back. Back. Good. R-A-G-G-A-E. Rage. How do you spell it? I don't know. It's hiding. R-E? R-E? Yep, that's it. Musax just came. Oh, that's another thing I do. I say Musax, plural. Sort of. Long break. Due to tech support. Yet another dangin' Pruger. There is a story about the language and out of the mouths of the chillins. I don't remember why that we're not allowed to say out of the mouths of babes anymore. I don't remember. It is a literally, it is a literary idiom that means children can sometimes say things that are wise or insightful in an unexpected way. Out of the mouths of babes, mother said. Well, maybe that's why we're not allowed to say it anymore. It has origins in the book. The aetherists are offended. Grow up. I mean, I understand. I have to think more. Out of the mouth of a child came a thing about a computer, which is where I also got pruder, a child, called the computer a pruter. Anyway, I had to do long, horrifying walkthroughs and remember walking in the sand hand in hand. No, remember, because they don't know who called me. What winders is it? 7, 8, 9? There was no 9. Ha ha. Tricks you. It was 8.1 or 8.2 or something. 10, 11? I don't know. Remember? And then remember how to get to where I wanted to go using that ancient old operating system and get them there and get them to getting things back operating. And we got it done. Then we had to discuss something else. And sorry, except you got to listen to a few seconds, 26 seconds of awesome reggae. I don't know. I can't mimic it correctly. I apologize, Islander accents. I don't know how the other songs went. I hope they went well for you. I had something I thought I was going to pounce on, get on it. Once you get back, talk about, and then I forgot. I got distracted by the awesome. Let's give the credit out. Let's finish hollering it out. Please stop, computer. The Gong Fire. Reggae. It's a happy mood. The artist is Ryan McCaffrey / Go by Ocean. I guess the one prior that you had to listen to all the way through, whoever you are. Same artist, same stuff. The two before that were by Bail Bonds, and they were dramatic rock. I hope they were okay. Technology failures, technology frustrations. Always, now, and forever. What is Australia? Who knows? I'm sure there was something else I had thought about the horses. Another, and another thing. I don't remember what it is right now. More of the phone stuff. I don't know. Not even the appearance of impropriety. Not even a shadow of a doubt. Be unimpeachable. Be unquestionable. Especially when what you're talking about is this is not planned. This is just where that all previous and all earlier and all of time eternal adds up to. It's a saying, don't get gender identity offense. And it's a saying from what I was talking about earlier. One of the mindless things that I would like to do. And computer programming is kind of mindless to me. It helps me focus eyeballs, hands, and mind on a mundane or repeat task, a problem that you work on, but it's always solvable. As long as you don't get test anxiety and freaked out about it, you'll be okay. It's a lot easier than security guarding or policing at the high-risk residentials in Durham, North Carolina. Or worse, the shopping centers in Fayetteville, North Carolina. We'll jump ahead a few seconds. 0505. The beyond a shadow of a doubt thing. The whatever is the unimpeachable, the beyond reproach, the as in don't act, don't get by for today. Incorporate that into your molecules, your subatomic matter, your particulate matter. Be beyond question. Because StarCraft 2, and I think it's one word. I don't know. I don't remember anymore. StarCraft 2. Yes, it is one word, and it is Roman numerals. I apologize, StarCraft and StarCraft 2. I love you. StarCraft 2. The star of both. He is a character. I don't even know who voices these characters. I heart a million much these games. I have both of them installed on this computer right now. One of the other mindless activities that's exactly the same as computer programming to me is computer gaming to me. That I really want to properly clean my computer. But I don't want to take it apart twice. Taking apart working computers is oftentimes a bad idea. Do it as little as possible. The main man character of the first portion. It comes in many portions. Jim Raynor. A man is only as good as his word. Oh, come on. I couldn't have misremembered. I'll have to stream the whole thing. I want to make sure that my computer won't overheat and die if I tried such a thing as stream, or let alone just play without adding the streaming part. Well, I got to make sure of what's allowable. I don't want to offend the Blizzard / Microsoft. No results found. Oh, there, I'm gonna have to stream the whole thing just to remember the cutscene portion where he says something similar to that. But everybody's heard that saying. Maybe it was someone else who said it. StarCraft 2. Find the good as his word. I don't know how to spell relevant. Relevant. It's wrong. Quote. Important. Related to above. By your integrity or, oh, I had it the other day and I remember where I put it. Right now, words are rapidly and totally escaping me. Go to there. Go to the old channel. Scroll it. The rules say oh, I didn't write it where I thought I wrote it. What's the C word? Not a bad word. Oh, I remember. I got it. I remembered. Or credibility. I don't know if that's spelled right or not. I'm going to hope it is. Cred-I. Bill I. T-Y. Ask the bar. Credibility. You don't get many chances. And I promise you, I'll give you like one. And then I'm through with you. I have better things to do in my life. It's all fine if you are a true believer that we live, we die. The worms eat us. And you don't believe that there's any consequences or after. Or you hope wrong, do it again, or whatever. No karma, no heaven, no heck, no nothing. It's just random ectoplasmic biomuck with weird electrical impulses and all that other kookiness. Stuff well thought out, mostly in Northern California with chemical assistance. You'd rather err on the side of caution. But there are very few wrong era people like me. I was born in the wrong time. By a long way. But here I is. A lot of times you're going to get one shot. And when you say something that makes somebody think incredibly, or that is not credible what you just said, you just spent your entire credibility or integrity credit with somebody. And some few others and others might lie to your face because as long as they think they can get something or use you for something, yeah, well, man, you sometimes say the dirtiest things. And then when they're done with you, they're done with you. But that was either way. It might not only be credibility they're worried about. But if you profess yourself something in form of a faithful / religious in other than or bigger than you, be careful, because your credibility, it is written, it is told, it is songed, is all that matters. Your integrity, your truthfulness, your uprighteousness is all that matters at the end of times. Those times might not end. We'll talk one day about the thing. So what I try not to do, and why I try not to swim in all these deep ends that I seem to be swimming in all my streams, because I have all that built up in me right now, and it swirls in my world around me. So I can talk on it. It's my stream. Other plans to be more mindless and not risk my own. The more I ramble and talk about things, the more I might say something irrevocable. And those people that have been through my classes know I say, don't say or do anything irrevocable. Like letting loose the projectile out the front of your explosion-powered projectile-emitting tools for security and law enforcement and military. Until that thing goes off and the projectile flies out the front, you have done nothing irrevocable. Even pointing it could get you in a world of hurt, but it's survivable hurt. Getting sued, getting criminally charged, menacing, terrorizing, ADW, assault with deadly weapons in states or jurisdictions that have such a specific statute. It's called something else here in North Carolina. It could have real world consequences waving that thing around, because someone might perceive you as the threat and stop the threat by the same means of tools. That could be painful and long lasting or permanent. But until you actually press off that trigger, if we're allowed to say that anymore, that activator switch, the go button, and it goes as it was designed to go. It has not got utterly irrevocable. Apply the same rules to your mouth. If you are not 100% sure, with receipts, with links, with whatever, something in this modern day internet, don't say it. Once it's out on the interwebs, you can't take it back. Ask Dean. He knows. He got himself fired from the face base. Again, whining. I'm just whining. I miss my little Facebook. I was going to talk long and long one day because of one of the things, and I may have mentioned it. I'm not scrolling back through all those notes and everything else. I still have not found a decent, organized way to keep up with this. But it works out like it works out. It was meant to be. I know I could find it. I added keywords that I could find easily in this 115,000, 001 characters document now. It's 115,000 characters. How many characters are in your average book? How many characters are in an average book? No typical number of characters. Oh, come on. I know I can't be the first person. It says, if your average book is XYZ, thanks, Quora. Not clicking there. Not a sponsorship, not an endorsement. They had the first legit result. 375,000 characters. So instead of keeping my show notes and plans and checklists, I could have written a third of a book. But I'm a good technical writer. I can put a timestamp and some notes. A full 200 something page novel full of timestamps and notes, full of my crazy shorthands, and no one's going to read it. It is what it is. People say, you should write a book. I said, you should read something I've written. Then I let them have it. And they say, nah, don't write books. But one of the things in the notes, in this never-ending, ever-growing list, was long-form discussion of the being, as far as I know in all of my time, and the reading of Alexis is possessive poems before they vanished from the internet. And discussion about that, and somebody George called Mama something or other. Just one day we were chit-chatting right here on the streams, and George brought up somebody that rest in peace. Now let me try to resend. Now it went. Make sure good King George is okay. He had to leave rather abruptly. But yes, long form discussion of, and that's kind of deep, man, talking about the good old days of good old people you met, who some of them are bigger than life, whatever. But that does require some thought and some, you got to get some of this stuff rattled out of your mouth, off your mind, off your chest, before you go deep diving into things that you really shouldn't mess up, like talking about people that you fondly remember. Sorry, I'm trying to do two tasks at once. I can't do one task at once correctly. I say in that self-deprecating, self-effacing way of the new millennium. Your integrity, your credibility. I say often, and I have said in previous streams. Let's say it again. How many times you gotta say a thing? I don't know. Maybe someone hears this stream that didn't hear the last one, and they hears this section. Maybe we should timestamp it. Probably not. We got it. It's okay. Force them to listen from 505. If you have a or any, let's say, shadow of any doubt about a thing, and I should spell it all out correctly, but I don't say it that way. I always say it this way. Don't do it. And then for those that ask, do what? The thing you have a doubt about. And yes, I get asked that. And I say, see, what you should have done is ask yourself, when somebody tells you, if you have a doubt about a thing, don't do it. If your mouth wants to utter, don't do what? You should have been asking yourself, is don't do what the correct thing to be saying? Or should I think for just a second about what that goof just said. If you always have to answer, and I know I've been called in the most uh, meaning not a good thing. The answer man. Sometimes you let your mouth run a little reckless at a high speed. Maybe you shouldn't do that. I know. Sometimes listen to what they said. Apply your good active listening techniques from your training manuals. Process what they said and think about it before you let your mouth utter something. Because that's what we as people do. When our minds start to feel the slightest bit uncomfortable, our mouths start flapping. That way, it's the same as saying, sitting there, at least small children are honest about it. They put their fingers in their ears and wiggle them and say, nanny, 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 I can't hear you. Well, then we supposedly grow up. The skin gets older, the child inside stays the same, and we just say stuff quickly, the same stuff, over and over and over. See the earlier hour talk about the MK Ultra and the previous stream toe dipping into what is repetitious priming or repetition priming that we do to ourselves because our pride gets way in front of our self-assessment of our own integrities and credibilities. Deep in. Back to doing mindless streams. I want to clicky stuff on object-oriented programming. Change your mod the game or the tutorial sample. Why? Because then I would have it on stream and I would have my changer mod to upload to my own programmer's resume. Say, see, I can work with the modern tools even though I have some gray hair. I can figure it out. But then, with all the questions answered, especially now that I want to find the quote, and I'm sure I could find it. All the cinematics are available. Please help us improve Google. Not right now, Google. I'm doing stuff. As long as I won't get myself in trouble and get my whole channel integrity and credibility impeached or questioned and get myself fired. I've done that once this year. I'm going to be careful. I would like to stream on the easiest mode available. StarCraft 2 and all of its related stuff. And make my goofy comments that I make to myself all alone in the dark when I play StarCraft 2 into this microphone. I don't dare say that I think I could do anything as important as be a gamer streamer. Like the young peoples do. Go see that guy, Destiny, I always talk about. SC2. Gamer streaming. If possible. And for right now, I don't have to worry. I don't have too many people that are jumping up on the chat on my, your streams suck. And the way I would hate to do it. I have to overcome some stage fright of, when you jump on and you're trying to do a full game stream and yet still not get yourself in trouble for copyright or non-transformative enough. Like, can you watch the cutscenes or in-game mini movie segments with or without pausing it every so often or talking over it or saying something or having a special screen that changes the video hashes that the bots look for to discover if you're abusing copyright privileges. I just want to get it cleared up. And not on any kind of difficulty level because I don't have fun. I grind my teeth. When right now I'm not doing anything that causes me to clench my jaw and make face muscles. I have beaten my StarCraft 2, all of the things. I think there's one that I haven't. In order to get all your percents and all your little in-game awards, you have to beat all the levels on all the difficulty levels. There's, I think, one left I have in all of it. There's 4 different, I guess you would call them campaigns or stories. 3 of them have 13 to 17 to 26 individual map level campaign stories. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot. I don't even know how many. Stuffs there are to do in StarCraft 2. But as far as beating all the maps and all the levels on all the levels, there's one that I haven't beaten on the impossible or nightmare or whatever the above hard level is, but it is not fun to me. I have to go watch videos after videos after videos and almost memorize it. But just like I have never been able to use chopsticks, maybe my mind and my hands were always too old or too lag timed than these young punks who can just, man, you watch them play and they're just like magicians or musicians playing an organ, clicking their mouse and their keyboards and moving their hands around and reading their chat at the same time and still destroying these games. Even having memorized the supposed pattern, I don't hand-eye mind coordinated fast enough to beat that one level on the extremist highest difficulty. It's not fun to me. The fun of it is the story and playing. I haven't played anything new in a long time. There's a new journalism mode video game that's basically God mode, cheat mode, not challenging, just so you can get through it in as fast as time as possible and write your online review faster than anyone else. That you think the visuals were magnificent. I don't stay up to date enough. I just go watch other people, real online gamers, do that kind of stuff. And do I think this is a marketable thing? Some old dude playing StarCraft 2 on its easiest setting? No. But I don't have thousands of subscribers on here telling me not to. And I think it would be probably, people would say, well, gosh, who knows? I'm glad he's playing that game because he ain't talking so much. That kind of thing. It is in the works. It is in the plans. I have all the Command and Conquerors on this computer. Electronic Arts. Not a sponsor, not anything. I bought the games, fair and square. And it is somewhere in this list of 115,169 characters is a discussion to self. Would there be any benefit in me uninstalling it because I didn't keep notes? I'm psychotic about keeping things written down and how-tos and why-tos, but when it comes to the game, I don't play the game for advanced technical knowledge. I found the solution to the many problems. None of the Command and Conquer games are updated to run on modern computers. You have to go online and find these tricks and workarounds and loopholes to make the thing run. I got all of them running. I played through all of them, even the ones that when I agreed to purchase the whatever pack of all of them, it was very inexpensive. I'd only ever played the first one or two. I had heard over the decades, do not buy and do not play those others, those later ones. Some of them are so awful. Well, they probably were. But for as low as I paid for it and as low easy mode settings as I play them on, it wasn't a problem for me. I love the Vidges games. I can find the good in it. And I'm also another one, just like movies. Used to was, I would suffer through it, especially if I paid for it. And then discussed on the first ever live stream in exhaustive detail. And then Alien vs. Predator 2004 happened. I had only ever stopped one movie prior to that I had paid good money to rent or go to a theater to see. I would suffer through the worst of things. And then 2004 happened, and I found myself more and more and more. I'm about, just give it up. And in late 2004 and 2005, I don't remember how long I worked there. It was a long time. $150,000 is a lot of debt hole to crawl out of. I used to work Saturday and Sunday weekends, as many hours as they would give me at exactly minimum wage at a video store. Because they said, well, when you leave at night, you can take whatever you want to take with you free. That saves me a lot of money. I'm a movie nut. As long as it's back before opening the next day. Not a problem. And also standing 8 to 10 to 12 sometimes if the other person called in. 14 hours in a video store, you can watch a lot of hour-and-a-half movies. I'm a movie nerd too. But especially when you're not paying for it, you can real good think, well, I'm not invested in this, and stop it. Turn it off. Yep, that's me. That's just me. So yeah. Hi guys. So yeah. Anyway, so like mumbled off onto streamer speak, influencer speak, tuber speak. The many, many changing labels of people that do stuff online. Are you a YouTuber? Creator? Influencer? Streamer? Nope. Things. So I've thought about the Command and Conquer games. There is some technical tasking that I never found any videos for that I thought they are all set up, done, fixed, ready to go. I could click, play, new. Are you sure you want to start over new? Yes. and play those games on stream and have so much fun. I love the little guy that runs around and he says, "I'm doing it." And then he does his little silenced assassination jobs. And it goes, "Phew." And that was one-handed. I love that little guy. I don't even remember his name. I'm on it. Or should I do uninstall it? I would still have to go back to the Reddits and some guy's fanzine page and some other person's carefully crafted in the electronic arts members forums or whatever it is, forums, groups, messages, where they have some instructions from people to buy an EA and play an EA game. That's electronic arts. You have to have an EA account so you can go type in their forums too. Command and conquer. That's what CNC is. Streaming. Copyright. That's important. Figure out the copyright and then to stream, install how to with play streams? Question mark. Lilted in. Streams. It's a question. That's something I'm still working out in my mind. Is that worth, like, how many people left are still out there besides me? And I don't remember when in the last 3 years since I've had this computer. Trying to cram ancient old Command and Conquer games into a brand new computer. Me. So if somebody has the answer to either of those, like, is there a problem? Copyright, stuff you got to do with copyright to stream these games, including it could just be the music part. Is the music, you have to turn the music off or mute it off? All those other things. Tim was walking by, said, "Oh, now gaming." He was at Mooey's when he went to feed the animals at the sanctuary down the road. I asked him about the chopsticks. He said he did not think you. He did not think I what? He did not think you. Caught flies with chopsticks, but could hit them with a rat towel or wet towel. And the black widows and lizards got fed, yes. And frogs and newts, mostly at night, and salamanders. And we had all kinds of stuff in aquariums, terrariums. Big giant pickle jars is mostly where I would put the black widows mostly. Black widows and fish. Chinese lady friend of mine doesn't say fish. She says fish, and I picked it up. Flattery, imitation. You know how it is. Just my theory. And I have another very repulsive, objectifying theory that I won't say on an internet live stream or video recording or elsewhere. Not even type it with my fingers. Sorry, it's a mystery that goes away with me. Unless you've met me in person back in the 80s and 90s when I still said such things. I remember it because I said it a lot. Anyway, black widows and fish grow into their aquariums. Meaning, the bigger the pond you give it to live in, or the bigger the house, the bigger that bad boy will get. Even though black widows are girls. Boy is non-gender specific. So putting them in great big, full-sized monstrosity pickle jars with chopsticks. Found use for those too. Taped to the sides or however, hot glue gunned, whatever you could do. Gotta be careful. Don't put a lot of tape around your spider's house because their little legs will stick to it and they'll tear their own little leg off to get away. Meanies to spiders. But we would use a lot of chopsticks to make so that they can make their messy black widow nest inside a pickle jar. And they would get big and juicy. And fish. The bigger the aquarium, supposedly, allegedly, you give fish to grow in, the bigger fish get. There are exceptions to every rule. Some fish are naturally big, but born small. I took my cousin, not official cousin, but cousin, nonetheless. You guys know how it is. California tribe. Haha. To one of the little fair carny. It's the parking lot at a local school that we both attended. So we had to go. It was mandatory. You must attend the fundraiser fair in the parking lot at the school. And that was a long time ago. I don't remember how many monies we had to spend to throw ping pong balls at little tiny bowls with a goldfish in it. Which, of course, I was never good at. I don't think I ever really tried because I didn't want any more animals at the house. Me, my mother, and my brother had plenty of animals at the house. We didn't need any more. No more mouths to feed. Well, he did really good. I don't know how much we spent. A quarter, maybe. And he threw 3 of his ping pong balls right into them little tiny fishbowl things. And got 3 tiny little bug-eyed goldfish. The ones with the really big old eyes. And it's turned out, I don't know what they call them. Let me stop being fish insensitive. Technically, it is a bubble eye. These things. They have big old eyes sitting off the sides of their heads. His didn't have this computer animated nonsense. This real world, giant eyes. They look like chameleon eyes sticking off the side of a goldfish face. His were not cross-eyed. His were like this. Eyes sticking out like this. Waiting for the stream to catch up. Well, like puppies are born with full-size dog feet, it seems like. And puppies grow into their feet. His little 3 bug-eyed goldfish, one at the school carnival, ended up being very large, very expensive Japanese koi. And they were very large. Smashed into them tiny little fish bowls. They grow fast. So then the dad bought my cousin a little aquarium and just pour all 3 goldfish into one aquarium. And they grew up and filled that thing they couldn't move. So we bought like a 50-gallon aquarium. Aquariums, by size, require as much money and maintenance as, like, there's got to be a cost something ratio and a time ratio per gallon of aquarium. And eventually we went and turned them loose in the pond. There used to be 2 ponds in front of Pasadena City College before it is what it is now. Once upon a time when I was living there, PCC meant Pasadena City College, and then it meant Pasadena Community College. I don't know what the heck it means anymore. Even if it's still PCC, is it a university now? I don't know. I'm not looking it up. They used to have 2 ponds in their front yard on Colorado Boulevard. They had some fish in it. We could have taken them to Caltech too, because they had fish ponds. But PCC was right across the street from us. So finally, at long last, and I don't remember how big of an aquarium, those monster koi, and they were huge. And they ate a lot of money worth of fish food every day, and bread, and whatever else we could find to feed those things, because they were huge and hungry. We finally went and dumped them off at PCC. I mean, they just must have jumped out and swam across all the streets and all the way across that college campus and jumped into their own pond. They were called mirror pools. They weren't designed to have fish, but no one took care of them, and then they ended up with fish in them. And that's where the koi went, and they were huge. Puppies grow into their feet, fish grow into their bowls or aquariums or oceans, and sometimes they outgrow. The old theory was, if you keep it in a small aquarium, it'll never grow big. Ha! Well, then we got the exception to the rule. And then we talked about, oh, 50, 55. Puppies grow into their paws, even though I call it feet. Fish grow into their aquariums. Aquarium? Aquariumi? Oh, apparently it's correct. Black widow and window / house spiders grow into their houses also. And I tried many times. I have non-scientific or anecdotal evidence / reminders. That if you give spiders more room to grow, they will grow. But if you keep them in a small, tiny little place, they will stay small, tiny littles. Don't know why that works. Maybe they're just rapid adapters. Evolution and adaptation is another long form biological discussion that I'm not having late in the stream. Hopefully, I don't ever have on a stream. I'll leave that up to the more learned. Just saying. I don't remember ever sticking a spider in a matchbox and having it turn into a tarantula. We would catch flies with however we could catch flies to feed to spiders. Yep, strange kids. I like the black widows, and it's easy to get away with stuff when you get away with it. I got bitten many times by black widows. It didn't have any effect on me. Until now. Now I realize it. Where everybody else might suddenly faint and have a big welt, or whelp, they say down here. And it would boil and it would fester and they'd have an abscess and all kinds of other mean, bad things. I just have to blame my mother. Her DNAs. It's that Indian blood. Made us one with the spiders. If my brother's still roaming around, Elizabeth, ask him, did he ever get bit by black widows? Did it bug him? I don't remember what else they call them. They do make a sort of a funnel web, but I don't think it's a funnel web spider. That's a different beast. American house spider. Sort of, because they do also live in gardens. These little guys. Also known as Aracarania tepidadoria. Okay. And I was trying to make fun of Dory, Ellen DeGeneres. Is that her name? Finding Nemo movie. Yeah, it says funnel weaver. There he is. There she is. But she got bit. Oh, did he suffer any ill effects like everybody else, crying and dying over black widows? The reason I kept them around is because they didn't bug me. I used to put my money in the bottom of my black widow spider jar, and I didn't have to worry about thieves. I could go pick the spider molts. Spiders slough their exoskeleton every so often. They shed. And all the dead buggies. Because spiders are very clean creatures. They don't leave mess around their own house. They usually don't poop where they eat. Nearby, like they hang their little spider tuchus off the edge and poop outside. Inside the wire. He had the hard to breathe palpitations. Well, I got myself spoiled, I guess, because I never got anything. The first time it happened, oh no, I'm dying. Well, tell my mother I love her. Or, oh no, I'm gonna get my mouth washed out with soap or something. My mom told me to stop messing around with them spiders. They would bite me and kill me. I don't remember. I was more worried about the trouble I was going to get in than getting dead by the spider bite. And then it never amounted to much more than a little red spot. And then it accidentally or whatever happened again later. And the same thing. But now bee stings, that was another story when I was a kid. We've discussed that previously. Was Lizzie's name Jordan? Was that her last name? I know it wasn't Borden. That's a different Lizzie altogether. But the funnel weaver, the standard house spider or window spider, they're good little people. They eat your buggies. They make neat and tidy little funnel. They live in their funnel at the center of their big mat of a web. And they eat all the bugs. Keep them. Encourage them. Eat more bugs. Yes, Lizzie Jordan. Rip. She was a great engine lady, I think from Michigan. I don't remember what tribe. I know she had sons. She would always tell us how stuff about her son or sons, plural. I don't remember. I was little. But I had many of them. The little images. Find me a good image. And you will find them outside as well. That's a good image. Even though this one's very much more gray. Pest Control Unlimited. That is cool. I'm going to leave that there for a second. Well, that is awesome. I got to get my Priscilla and show her. Is anybody as old and ancient as me? Now I'm badly distracted. I don't care what they do. I hate chemical people and all this other. But points for advertising. Certainly not a spider. I just found them on Google Bar. Eureka! Eureka! It's another thing that we laughed about just recently. My Priscilla said, "Oh, you got to write that again." I said, "I would have to dig for it and find the original authors and see did it go public domain or let's just say 060000. Win roaches. Blah, blah, blah. Web page. So awesome. Now I'm going to run down memory lane. If I can stop chasing these bugs and making them fall off my screen. Blip. I gotcha. Got you, old double. I'm sorry about the digital spiders. I'm sorry. Wake up. Wake up, digital spider. Go get the buggies. Wolf spider. That's who they are. I'm so distracted by the little digital buggy. Wake up, wolf spider digital. I said, I heard it. I'm going to refresh the page. Hang on. Zoop. Yes, Lizzie Chippewa from the island in Lake Superior until they got moved to Los Angeles. It's a good history to have. We've now got it on the internets forever. Everybody go study the tribe. But now I'm going to get back to this. If I can stay, these guys, you will find them outdoors and in. They live in gardens. They live everywhere. They're good guys. They don't suckle on humans. Wolf spiders. Be nice to them. Take them outdoors. If you don't like them in your house. The other ones, many others that live in your house. Okay. This little ugly guy. Or his relative known as. Can't go messing with that web page right there. Well, I gotta come back to it. These ugly things. They're known as cellar spiders. Even though we are super spider lovers, me and my brother. Maybe we were grown up, we were supposed to grow up to be Spider-Mans. I don't know. These ugly things. I don't think I ever saw one, even when I had a house that had a cellar. In a cellar. I don't know why they called them that. It's beyond my rationing. You mean there's a world outside of your eyeball space? No, I'm American. These things always manage to be crawling up the wall and in the corners where your ceiling and your wall corners meet. And we called them popping spiders, because when you flicked your bick under them, they'd go pop. I mean, allegedly, I heard. A friend of mine told me he did that stuff. I was like, oh my God, cruelty to buggies. Don't make me call Beta. No, that would be wrong. Don't make me call Pete. Yeah, that. These things are useless. I still occasionally take them outside, but I have a deal with these spiders. cellar spiders. Like the old Sony PlayStation advertisement would say, live in your world, play in ours. I've always had a thing with certain spiders. Live in your world, die in mine. Sorry, spider. I'm a spiderist. You stay in your shadows, in your corners, in your cellars, where nature intended you to be, or you're going to get Pest Control Unlimited LLC, a division of Turf Unlimited, called on by me. Because why? Because of this awesome web page with the WinRoach screensaver alive and well upon it. Let me refresh the page. Did you come back? Are you back, Buggies? Where are you, Buggies? There he comes. You guys have to wait a few seconds. Let me get my mouse off the screen. I don't want to hurt the digibiters anymore. Very long ago, 34 years maybe, 33, when Microsoft Windows was a option. You could, in early releases, shove on top of your DOS. Some very creative, inventive, fun people invented what was known as, or called, the WinRoach game or screensaver. That if you let your screen sit there a while, it would take a shot of your desktop screen with all your little icons on it, and then cockroaches would appear, just like these spiders and little buggies are crawling around the screen right now. But just cockroaches. And they would just wander around being cockroaches on your computer screen. If you moved your mouse and tried to go after them and squish them with your digital mouse stuff, they would hide behind your icons, and you could see their little roach butts and their little roach antennas sticking out from behind your icons. It was really cool. Less than a month ago, I was trying to describe it to my betterness. I have to talk to whoever made these people's webpage, because what we need, I need a version. I need the art. I need permission. Oh, the spider walked right over the bug. Level 2.0 of this awesome website needs those spiders to catch those bugs and eat them up. Put them in a little package. Hang them up. Holy cow. I'm in love with the website. Did I make myself a note? Wind roaches. Pest control. Yep. So awesome. Let's make another note. Needs the spiders to get the other buggies and bundle them or eat them. It is so. See? Shouldn't have quit the stream earlier. If I had quit earlier, don't be a quitter. I would have never found these buggies webpage. I was sitting here staring. Option 2. There's a buggy at option 2, Spider. Go get him. But I saw you walk over buggies and you didn't go get them. You are not properly programmed. AI, ChatGPT, hack this page, and without hurting this page, helpful hacking, make them spiders go after those buggies and eat them, or put them in a little spider wrap package and hang them up by thread. It's too cool. I need to put a link to this in the chat. Copy that. Paste that. Above for the most awesome bugs and bus. Bugs and spiders crawling around your screen. Oh no, I'm gonna have to give a warning. I have some friends of mine, the hugs. There's a man hugs and a woman hugs and a daughter girl hugs. Baby hugs. I guess baby hugs is fair to say. Trying to be careful with their identities and identifies and all that. Yes, let's say that. The identifies and identities and pronouns as woman, she, her, hugs is extremely activated by the spider buggies. Gotta let her know. Don't be clicking the links and be careful watching parts of my stream of that day. I don't want anybody to get terrors. And I just can't look away. Get 'em, Buggy. Get 'em. I'm giving you like 3 minutes, Chat BBT. What are you doing? That page. Hack it happy. Send more bugs. This is great. All right. Now let's do this thing again. I see a little bug under common. If I put my mouse over it, bloop, it fell to the bottom. Now it's sitting on the scrolly bar on the bottom. There's one. Bloop. Oh, he fell down right next to the spider. And even though I can unalive them by refreshing the page, I already hurt 2 spiders. Rewind the stream. Look at earlier. Let's see when you scroll it up and down. Let me get the bar. Let me get some. There they are. Little ripped buggy splotches at the bottom of the screen. All right, let's do it. Let's pretend it's a certain kind of, what's one that we don't mind? Cockroach. It's a cockroach in a spider disguise so that people won't step it. Cockroach trigger. That dude fell. Oh, I hit the other one. Dag on it. Bad me. I accidentally did the second one. He was a collaborator. And then the little legs twitch. It's just too awesome. The little biter legs twitch. I gotta get them out in where there's not letters behind them. That's all gray. There, that's white without letters. How often do their legs are still twitching? It'll take a second for it to catch up on everybody else's screen. Holy smokes. I don't guess the little buggies twitch. Can't tell. But the spiders, they do. Every so often. Oh, man. See, that's an internet rabbit hole. That's what they call going down the rabbit hole. Thank you, Pest Control Unlimited and your fabulous web designers. You made my day. Is it on the home page or only on the spider page? Ooh, it's on the home page too. It's got more buggies here. It's got 3 buggies, 2 spiders. It had 2 big spiders. No little ones. I'm gonna scoosh you, Buggy. I'm gonna scoosh you. Smack him. Wah! He fell down. Don't hurt those. Don't hurt the spiders. Go after the buggies. Oh, now there's 4 buggies. Come on, ChatGPT. I told you. Not a sponsor. No endorsements. If you were any good, you'd already hack this for me. Shoom, shoom. Bah, splat. Right at the bottom. Got another one. Got 3 of them. There's one more. He's running way over here. Spider was right there next to him. Missed him. Don't tread on an ant. You'll end up black and blue. Says Adam and the Ants. Oh, the bug and the spider. Had tangled legs. This game, hidden in a website, needs better AI. Needs more interactive. Somebody send me the source code. I'll put it on one of my web pages and make these spiders chase them buggies down. Yeah, we'll have awesome, cool little... Who was famous for a while on the YouTube. I don't even know what you would call it anymore. Viral. Once upon a time, it went viral. The computer animated jumping spider. It was very popular. Adorable. Adorable. Watching one of these critter videos, or watching Sweet Anita watch one of those, I learned always put an apostrophe over the A. It's no longer a or adorable. It's adorable. That's how the 8th wonder of the world said it. That's how it is said. Lucas the spider? Is that the one? Yep, that's it. There it is. Lucas the Spider, from Lucas the Spider channel. It's a very famous, look, 24 million views. Go give it some more. Go give it a thumb. Open Sesame. Autoplay is blocked. Oh, looks like it's trying to do an ad. They deserve their ad revenue. Let the ad play. Okay. In Jumping Spider. Share. Give me links. Back then, it was viral. Now, it's meme. 06. 16. 50. Lucas the Spider. Not Morris. Lucas. Adorable. That's how you're supposed to say it. No, no. A personal announcement came from Miss Candace Owens. Hope it's not serious. I hope it's good news. I hope it's very great news for you, Miss Candace Owens. Oh, just some emotion. 8 years ago. Go look at that. Everybody go look at that. Sven. Oten. I don't know. Sven. Just remember, just some motion JSM. This guy is a heck of a, they call it shuffle or shuffle foot dancer. He was famous many moons ago. YouTube is telling on me that I did watch the whole video all the way through. Probably many more than once, 8 years ago. Time. What has become of me? There's all kinds of Lucas the Spider stuff. Go look it up. Adorable. almost as adorable as the Pest Control Unlimited LLC website. No LLC in the .com. Pest Control Unlimited. Goodbye, friends. I have links to you. Good night, Lucas. Then we must do the research. Win, roach, screen, saver. Roach's screensaver for Windids. That was way back in 09. This is at the CNET. I think they're safe. They used to be safe. Let's go. Oh, no screenshots. Last updated on August 24th, 09. That's 15 years ago and a couple of months. See, my math does sometimes work. Buy the idle screen. It's a paid. You have to buy it. Beware. At least you did 15 years ago. But it's still around. All right. Roaches screen saver. And then we go to images. Somebody has images. I don't see the images. And I probably have that software somewhere. But since the emergency move a while back, who knows if it survived or not. It's unimportant. Can't believe they don't have pictures of it. Nobody has a picture of the desktop with the buggies crawling around on it. See, there's one. Cockroach on desktop for your PC. It's a YouTube video. I'm not going to watch the video, but here's a picture of it. Which always reminds me. Another goofy movie about cockroaches. Joe's Apartment, I think it was called. I really liked it. Very cute. No, I don't need the images. I need the IMDb. 1996, Joe's Apartment. It's only ranked 5.5, but most comedies get a bad rap. It's a very good movie. I give it 7. 7 out of 10. That might be overrated, but we'll stick with it. I said it. I won't back down. I really liked the movie, Joe's Apartment. My women, we were just holdy handy back then. We were just making googly eyes at each other, saying, "Should we go steady?" I don't know. We saw Joe's Apartment together. Very good movie. We both liked it. There you go. You can go see it. Go find it somewhere. Should we ask the YouTube? Do you have it, YouTube? Joe's Apartment. See, eventually. Yes, they have it. Buy or rent at YouTube. I don't know how much. You can see scenes of it all over the place. There's probably a trailer. There's a trailer. So very cute. Very good. Very funny. Has an angry cat. Everybody likes an angry cat scene. Back to homepage. I'm curious. Candace got me. See how See how these professional YouTubers do this? 2 million views in one day. You go, Candace Owens. You go, girl. If you don't mind me saying that. Somebody's got to get them views. I approve. Huh? There it is. I said, what, Johnny? What? I can't find your bleeping legs. I can't find your radio edit legs. That's the main part of First Blood that I remember. And I used to say it so often and so much people would say, if you don't stop saying that, we're going to stop hanging around you. Mr. Destiny is live. All these other people have updates. Sweet Anita has updates. I haven't viewed them. I'm sorry. Eighth wonder of the world. I'm sorry. Oh, God. I shouldn't have made much ado about some dots in a shirt a while back, a couple of streams ago. Because now, if you speak that stuff into the eye ear, you will suddenly get recommended for you. Some rather unwanted things. That's that lady from Ally McBeal. I think. She made the face bra. What is a POY award? Libs meltdown. As long as he breathes, they melt. They melt more. $4.4 million views 4 days ago. He's going to be the president come January. Everybody, get it together. I watched this the other night. Darkness Falls. Not good, not bad, just a movie. Maybe slightly above 5. Maybe. Possibly. I don't know. I saw that long ago, K-19 The Widowmaker. I talked about that once upon a time. Not going to rewatch it because I remember it fondly, and I would hate to find out. You like some bad movies from back in the day? Yes. Maybe so. The only way to find out would be to watch it again and realize, man, you like some bad movies back in the day. Not doing that. I have another saying, don't dissect your heroes. More correctly, because to dissect them, you would add the KIA them first. Don't vivisect your heroes. Go look it up. Find your own dictionary for what does it mean. I don't like this guy. Whatever his name is. Seth Meyers. He's just not for me. Obviously, he's for somebody. He gets more than 1,000 views in a minute. You go, girl. He must be British or something, or I am. Our funny bones don't align. All right. Close the audio library. Refresh the page. Still says 2 watching. Thanks, 2 watchers. It is either 8:28 or 9:28. I can't tell. What time is it on Earth? It is 9:29. It's another thing. I need a wind clock. An old people eyeballs clock for my winders. And I know I've read all the reports about that stuff is unnecessary because everyone looks at their cell phone. I gotta go off of this thing. Didn't meet all the to-do list. Didn't cover it all. An offline message says, the soup I made is too spicy for redacted. I cooked for him some London broil, seared in butter, so he won't feel left out of dinner time. If I'm not supposed to be telling on you, I'm telling on you right now to the whole internet. Because I'm cool like that. I've been bit a few times by black widows. One time, a girlfriend caught me in the throes. Oh, great, another junkie. I'll sit with you tonight. I'm reading ahead of letting it fall out of my mouth. I won't say anything unsayable, irrevocable. I'll sit with you tonight and then stay clean. I've never tried junk or smack or the other names of, I know what he's talking about. We grew up with many in our family hooked to the stuff with the monkey on their back. I freely admit seeing so many older thans, the grown-ups, all throughout childhood and teens and 20s, close, ruinated by that stuff. I was like, never, never. Yes, nothing painful. And then there are photos of Dorg with purple frisbee face, looking quite satiated, having eaten some Dorg lunch. And then there's one of those weird Asian spoons holding up some tasty looking stuff. One day I'll figure out how do we make these things happen. Put it on screen. Main screen, turn on. Ugh. Absolute nasty pink looking, still alive animal product in a frying pan. Make the outside black with charcoal and the inside dark, dark gray. And then it is done for Dean. French roast coffees. Next to a jar of the special ginger stuff, I think. It's weird. Where did that photo? That photo is way old. But it came up in the previous of the photos. That dog has a very photo face. But got some tired looking eyes. Like, did dog have too much bologna? And that dog's holding on to its frisbee thinking, I'm not going to fall asleep. I didn't eat too much. Tell dog to go watch the roaches on that pest control website. All right. We're 6:32 hours. 6 hours, 32 minutes in. Let's rope it up. I got to go find something to eat myself. So we'll say in the next 18 seconds. 06. 33. Uh-oh. Shutting it down. Shutting it down. Not captive, meaning the stream, not the clown. Oh, that was the dog. He does not like the spicy too much. So he makes us feel guilty and we give him steak or chicken breast. Oven cooked. No spices. Good night. Good night to you too. Good dog. Always demand better from everyone around you, dog. No, I'm thinking about steak and chicken. Me and the dog are gonna go share a bowl on the floor. Yep. We did good. We had a good stream. Lots of good stuff in this last long time. Especially because I got distracted by the buggies on the pest control page. I loved it. All right. Let's shut this bad boy down. Save that file. Minimize. Find the Be Right Back Girl. And closed her. Close the folder. I guess I already did. Last time I came back, I must have shut her off. There she is. Great. Let's do this. Find the button. Find the letter. The button says stop streaming in 5, 4, 3,